architecture of RED transactions, as well as the RED environmental excellency standards, the TREES standards. This meeting is now organized here, and we have participants drawn all over the country, from different parts of the country, from different organizations. We are convened here to hear or understand an awareness for the role of the safeguards in addressing social and environmental risks associated with RED, but also to build capacity on application of Cancun safeguards during the implementation of RED, but also to build capacity in reporting information that shows how Cancun safeguards are addressed and respected. We have a program for the day, and I will go through the program of the day. The workshop is for 2 days, but I will go through the program for the day today. First, we have arrival and registration of participants, which should be taking place or which has taken place. And if you have not registered, please move behind to the secretariat and you have yourself registered. We have an opening prayer and introductions. I will ask, this time I will ask a gentleman to lead us in a prayer. And please, Mr. Kavuma, prepare. Prepare yourself to deliver us into that prayer. We shall have opening remarks. There will be two opening remarks. One, the opening remarks from Emily, the project coordinator, and from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, who is represented by Mr. Bob Kazungu. We shall have a presentation on fulfillment of safeguard requirements to comply with trees. Again, it will be done by Mr. Kazungu, who is the national focal point for the Ministry of Water and Environment. We shall have a plenary where we shall discuss issues raised by Mr. Kazungu in his presentation. We will break for tea, and during that session, we will have a group photo. People are preparing to give us smiles during the photo session. We shall come back and have a session on the plan for conformance, which will be delivered by the Safeguards Coordinator, Ministry of Water and the Environment, who is none other than Mr. Nathan Mununuzi. Thereafter, we shall have discussions of issues which we will have raised. We shall then break for lunch. And when we come back for lunch, when we come back from lunch, we shall have a session, a group session to address, which will look at addressing and respecting safeguards, as well as the formal group presentation of the findings. That is to take us between now and 4 o'clock or 4:30, thereabout, when we will have our day getting to an end. Day 2, I will take you through day 2. But now I would like to invite the representative of Emily, who is none other than Madam Miriam Kawala, to step forward. And the second person I would like to invite to the floor here is Mr. Bob Kazungu to give us those opening remarks. But before, I would like to ask that we we introduce ourselves for the PS to know who we are, how we are, and then I will ask that the microphone starts here. Introduction.
Good morning, everyone. Chene Musa Emmanuel. I work with MD.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Bakuma. I work as an advisor for section.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Albert Spirite. Emery. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good
My
morning.
name's Topoth Charles. I come from northeastern Uganda. That's Karamoja. And I work with the indigenous peoples communities. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christine Choshabire. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as a senior environment officer in charge of.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Maureen Wimbabazi from Nafori NARO, that is the National Forestry Resources Research Institute, and I'm here representing the Director of Research. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Madam Rachel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dili Sindivaisa is my name, and I work with the Ecological Christian Organization.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kruthum Nampima, and I work with MD.
Morning, everyone. Ivan Muhumuza is my name. Environmental Restoration Uganda team leader. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Bereti Jennifer. I work with AID, that's African Agency of Integrated Development. I'm the program coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Bacho Hakim. I work with this program. I serve as IT support coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am David Walukembe from Uganda Forestry Association. It's a professional organization for the forest sector. We are based at the National Forestry Authority, i.e. Forestry Headquarters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walugembe, for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ephraim Kasozi. I work with the Water and Environment Media Network as the team leader.
Thank you, Ephraim.
Good morning, everyone. Mesugwa Charles is my name. I work with the Kushenyi District Local Government. I'm representing Head of Natural Resources.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christine Batus. I work with them.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nachinji Eva. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as a forestry officer.
Thank you, Nachinji, for coming. You are my only relative.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Thank
Shadam is my name. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as a forest officer.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ariama Jen, and I'm a Social Ministry of Water and Environment.
Hello, good morning, Ministry of Water and Environment as a forest officer.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm called Kaikara Susan. I'm a forest officer working with the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Kovia. I work as a social minister.
I am the CEO of the Uganda Timber Growers Association, UTGA. The umbrella body for commercial tree growers in Uganda.
Name is Richard Hamba. I work with Teams Uganda.
Morning, everyone. Anton Olimu is my name. I work for the Climate Action Network Uganda.
Mande David is my name. I'm here representing the indigenous people from the Bennett community in Elgon. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Winnie Mirembe. I work with WWF as the Environment and Social Safeguards Officer.
Thank you, Winnie, for joining us.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm called Edwin Bitnam-Disha. I work with the Food and Agriculture Organization as the GIS and remote sensing specialist.
Thank you for coming.
Morning, everyone. John Ayonjera Vigumana, MRV UN Red.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fauza Namukuve. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as a Principal Environment Officer.
Good morning. I'm Nathan Mununuzi, Senior Environment Officer at the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I'm part of the Red Plus Secretariat as the Safeguards Focal Person. Thank you.
Is a table which is not yet introduced. Yes.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Dixon Wafra is my name.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dadino Ndibarema is my name. I'm an environment officer for the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Derek Rukundo. I work as a forest officer with the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I also support the Red Plus Secretariat.
Nice having you, Mr. Rukundo.
Good morning. I'm Gabriel Kato. I work with Ministry of Water and Environment as an environmental officer.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Seron Koma Hakim, an environment officer with the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Seron Kuma, for joining us. There is one lady here, Mr. Kavuma.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Praise Atwine. Work with FAO, MRV.
Thank you for coming. If you can stay right there. Yes, if you can stay right there. Now that we have introduced ourselves and we have known why we are here, we can have a word of prayer so that we bless this meeting. We put this meeting in the hands of the Lord. So Mr. Kavuma, kindly lead us in this prayer.
Let us humble ourselves in prayer. Lord, we want to thank you for a beautiful day. We want to thank you for our lives. We want to thank you for provision, for food and drink. We ask for your grace during these deliberations in these 2 days. Bless us as we discuss environmental issues and the importance of the work that stands before us. I ask all this through the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Now we are ready to start off the meeting, and we shall start with having the remarks. And to kick off the remarks is the representative of the executive director of EMIDI, who is none other than Madam Miriam Kawala. Please step forward to present your speech.
Thank you, moderator. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Development Partners present, government ministries, agencies, and departments, local government, civil society, representatives of academia, representatives of indigenous people, the representatives from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. And thank you for honoring our invitation to this very important capacity building workshop on the application and reporting of safeguards. My name is Kawala Miriam. I work with Emily as the Junior Red Plus Specialist, and I'm representing the Executive Director of Emily today. It is a great honor to welcome you to this important event and allow me to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the UNEP with financial support from the UN RED program for the current support to RED Plus implementation in Uganda with the aim to increase result-based payments in Uganda and also to environmental management for livelihood improvement waste facility, which is also called Emily, which administers this support. Safeguards in this context refer to the 7 Cancun safeguards under the UNFCCC framework. Uganda initiated its RED Plus efforts in 2008 by joining the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility to address deforestation and climate change while promoting sustainable development. To secure emission reductions and attract climate finance, Uganda adopted the RED Plus Environmental Excellence Standard, which is also called TRIZ, and aligned with the architecture for RED Plus transactions, which is ART. This ensure compliance with social and environmental safeguards necessary for accessing result-based payments. Compliance with safeguards is crucial to protect the rights of stakeholders in RED Plus actions. Although Uganda has made progress, including submitting its first summary of information on safeguards to the UNFCCC, challenges remain in consistently applying and reporting safeguards. Limited capacity among government entities, civil society organizations, and local communities hinders effective implementation and undermines Uganda's ability to meet international standards. We hope that this workshop will increase awareness among participants on the role of safeguards in mitigating social and environmental risk associated with RED Plus. We also hope that it will strengthen capacity in applying Cancun safeguards during RED Plus implementation. We also hope that this workshop will enhance capacity in reporting on safeguards to demonstrate compliance with international standards. By the end of this workshop, participants will have a better understanding of trees and Cancun safeguard requirements, be prepared to apply and report on safeguards, contribute to the preparation of Uganda's second summary of information for the UNFCCC, and foster stronger collaboration among RED Plus stakeholders. On behalf of Emily, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Water and Environment, the RED Plus Secretariat, and UNEP under the UN RED program for entrusting us to deliver this activity. We look forward to further cooperation in advancing Uganda's RED Plus strategy. Thank you for dedicating your time to participate in this critical workshop. I wish you productive discussions and meaningful outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kawala. I would request that you remain here, seated here. This is your seat. Why are you going away? Oh, sorry, you have another responsibility, but please maintain this seat for some time until the session ends. Well, Ms. Kawala has demonstrated that compliance is crucial for RAID in mitigating social and environmental risks that we are bound to face while implementing RAID, and that it is crucial in reporting, and it demonstrates compliance, demonstration of compliance for the RAID, the Cancun safeguards. Now I would like to invite none other than the representative of the PS, Mr. Kazungu, to speak to us, to give us his remarks, and to open this meeting.
Thank you very much, moderator. What a good thing to have Gusta again moderating these meetings, because he has been doing this for how many years? During the readiness phase and the other and the other saying I'm not yet have been given the powers to be for now. So I think the mic is saying this guy doesn't know what it means to have favor. Anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just last evening, I was with the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Alfred Dokotto-Kiddi, discussing about this meeting. And he just took leave starting today for a couple of days. I'm not sure how long. We are yet to see the time frame. And so he asked me to ask the acting permanent secretary, Engineer John Twino. So when I went there, Engineer John Twino asked me that you can handle. I have a meeting with the Office of the Prime Minister, so that is how I come to again stand here. But otherwise, we should have had the acting permanent secretary who received his letter, his instrument. Just actually, we took the instrument to him when I was asking him. The PS asked me to ask him to make these opening remarks. So he said, "Oh, but I have this meeting with the Office of the Prime Minister. Can't you handle?" Of course, he asked me, you know, please apologize, we can't make it, and all this kind of thing. So our sincere apologies from the permanent secretary for not making it in person, but he's together with us in these programs, and he sends you greetings. Before I go to this speech that was signed by him, by Dr. Alfred Dokotto-Kiddi, I just want to mention that Uganda is a very lucky country in this conversation of RED+, because the UN RED program is supporting only actively 5 countries in Africa. And some of you who've been with us in Uganda, you know very well that Uganda is one of those countries in Africa that has completed what they call the RED+ readiness phase. We started off sometime in 2008, 2009, we're about there. And by 2021, we had delivered on the key elements. We shall talk about that later during the day. And many countries, having concluded the readiness phase, no longer have RED+ activities going on. So Uganda has been lucky to have a sort of continuation a continuation, especially to continue building capacity, to continue improving the things that we did during the readiness phase. The UN RED program supports 3 UN entities. The UN FAO, you might have had somebody from FAO here. The UNDP, which is also represented here. I think Monique should be joining us as well from UNDP Uganda. And very likely somebody from the Nairobi office might join online, called Madeline from the UNDP, if she gets some time. But we also have our TA for Red Plus, who is contracted by the UNDP to support us. Then the UNEP, which does not have a Uganda country office, normally works through our partners. So when we were starting off engagement with UN Environment Program in 2023, they wanted a local NGO, not even international, but a local NGO that would provide this support. So they looked around. I remember, I think the first list was 12 NGOs, local NGOs. There were 12 of them, so they kept doing a due diligence, coming down, and until they ended with Emily, the YSA facility. So that's how Emily comes in to provide the administrative support for the UNEP component. Now, the UNEP component is focusing on the safeguards aspects, but for what? This support, which started in 2023, is aligning our WASO elements, our work we did in the readiness phase, to a new global, new kid on the block standard for RED Plus, called the At-Trees standard. You'll be listening to that, what it means for some of you, because it's a capacity building workshop. For others, you've been part of this journey with this work to align all the things we've been doing to the requirements of that. Carbons provides the guidance, the methodologies, and everything for computing, these carbon credits, depending on whatever intervention activity involved in. So the At-Trees becomes very interesting for RED Plus, to an extent that the UN RED program, which is the global program that supports countries with implementation of RED Plus from the UN side, picks interest in advancing this standard with countries. And by the time they came to Uganda, we had joined, by the time they came to select Uganda, we had already joined the family of the At-Trees. We wrote a concept note to the At-Trees Secretariat, which is based in the USA, and it was approved, so Uganda joined that family. And the objective of joining that is to have an assurance of people who will buy your emission reductions or credits in the future. The things of carbon credits are futuristic. If you're not patient, you might actually not like them. But they are futuristic in nature. So every time you anticipate, you prepare yourself for the long future. So Uganda is on that journey, on that path to prepare ourselves for that future. And having said that, we've done a lot of work in the past, as you'll see in the other presentations. But for today, this round of support from the UN RED program through UNEP, of course, administratively supported by Emily, is focusing on the safeguards component of the At-Trees work that we are doing. And that safeguards component, we're starting with a capacity building workshop for this phase, for this year. There are many other series of engagements that we shall have within this year, and you'll be called back, whether within Wakiso, Kampala, or in the regions of the country. I just wanted to prepare ourselves morally for that. Now, because I'm being told to officially open this workshop on behalf of the peers, allow me verbatim to read what he apparently edited himself after a certain team giving him the first draft. And these are the opening remarks by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, at the capacity building Tuesday workshop on application and reporting of safeguards for REDD+ implementation. Imperial Golf View Hotel in Tebe, 23rd and 24th January 2025. Honorable guests, representatives of colleagues from the ministries, departments, and agencies, distinguished stakeholders in your respective capacities, partners from UNEP and Environment Management Livelihoods Initiative, who I think will be joining us online. Maybe they're already there, I'm not sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you and officiate at the opening of this National Capacity Building Workshop on application and reporting of safeguards for REDD+ implementation. Your attendance today highlights our collective commitment to environmental protection, climate change mitigation, and ensuring that our forest conservation efforts are inclusive, transparent, and effective. Allow me to send our sincere appreciation to the UN REDD program, who are providing financial and technical support to implement actions towards enhancing Uganda's ability to participate in carbon credits transactions. Allow has had an interesting trend and change over the past couple of years. Currently, we are at 12.3%, up from 10% by 2015, but also down from 13.3% in 2019-2020. Now, this is not exciting, as this estate continues to dwindle at an alarming rate of an average 3.2% per annum. A serious challenge to our national goals in forest conservation, ecosystem protection, and climate change mitigation and adaptation. To this end, it is critical to address the key drivers of this deforestation, including agricultural expansion and illegal logging, charcoal production, as highlighted in the National REDD+ Strategy and Action Plan, but also in our draft National Agroforestry Strategy that is under formulation, and also has highlighted in the policy statements of the draft revised Uganda forestry policy. In line with the global efforts to combat deforestation and climate change, Uganda has made significant strides in the implementation of the Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation Program. And since 2009, Uganda has been on a transformative REDD+ journey. And by 2021, the country had successfully completed the readiness phase, fulfilling the 4 Warsaw framework requirements for REDD+ implementation. These include a national REDD+ strategy, a forest reference emission level, a national forest monitoring system, and a safeguards information system. Our current efforts with support from the UN REDD program are now focused on aligning these Warsaw elements with the new international frameworks, such as the Enhanced Transparency Framework under the Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, as well as the new emerging REDD+ standards for transactions, architecture for REDD+ transactions, and the REDD+ Environmental Excellence Standard, that is the ATRIS. Please note that Uganda joined the ATRIS in early 2023 and intends to utilize this standard for jurisdictional REDD+ transactions. It's also important to note that in response to emerging climate finance mechanisms, such as the Article 6 provisions under the Paris Agreement, Uganda has initiated policy reforms. These include the Climate Change Act 2021 and the drafting of the Climate Change Mechanism regulations, which integrate both compliance and voluntary carbon market mechanisms, and is vital for implementation of the National REDD+ Strategy and Action Plan to meet the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change requirements, including, but not limited to, addressing and respecting the Cancun safeguards. The instrument, like the regulations, are yet to be endorsed by the relevant authorities, but we expect them in the coming weeks. In addition, guidelines are also being developed to facilitate carbon project development in Uganda, and also the review of our forest policy is well underway. All these instruments will help facilitate development and regulation of carbon projects, as several partners have approached the Ministry of Water and Environment with proposals. But one of the great studies that we conducted for some of these initiatives, the regulatory framework for carbon development is key to our commitment to make these regulations support the development of Uganda's carbon markets, while providing the necessary safeguards for all the local communities. While the workshop is focused on tackling the safeguards elements, the semi-annual program is supposed to align our preparedness in line with carbon accounting elements and requirements of the activities, which are partners the UN, FAO, and Africa. I also wish to let you know the United Nations Development Program UNDP is also providing support with ensuring the forestry profile is raised in the nationally determined contribution development, including support to develop bankable landscapes. So far, Uganda has prepared safeguards inputs for the trees registration document, the trees monitoring report, and the plan for conformance for safeguards outcome indicators. In 2021 June, Uganda also submitted her first summary of information report to UNFCCC pursuant to Decision 1, CP16, and Decision 12, CP17, Decision 9, CP19 of the Warsaw Framework for REDD+, disclosing how the REDD+ process and readiness phase addressed and respected the 7 Cancun safeguards. Safeguards are very important in enabling any entity, whether government or private sector, to engage in carbon trade. In fact, the issue of safeguards is joining a lot of ground across the globe, and Uganda's preparedness to ensure that we meet different sets of safeguards by different standards is work not in vain. It is against the above that this capacity building workshop was organized. And allow me again to thank you for honoring our invitation and wish you fruitful deliberations. I therefore declare this workshop officially opened for God and my country. Signed, Dr. Alfredo Court Okidi, Permanent Secretary.
Another round of applause for Mr. Bob Kazungu. Mr. Kazungu, thank you for the words you have let this the gathering here know. Mr. Kazungu, thank you again for appreciating the participation of the participants. Thank you for appreciating the role of the development partners in this UNDP, UNEP, FAO, UN-RED. Thank you for appreciating Emily, who is doing the administrative support. You have stressed the importance of art trees in the reduction of emission and in conformity of the safeguards. Thank you. You have stressed the role of this workshop in capacity building for application and the rest and reporting on safeguards. You have told us that the forest estate is dwindling and will continue to dwindle in the near future, despite current efforts to address that. And we are happy with you. We are happy with the work of the Ministry of Water and Environment in trying to avert the situation. Colleagues, the meeting has been opened, and I would like to invite you for a tea break. You have earned yourself, many people really were here early, much early, and therefore we will take a break for about 30 minutes. And when we come back, we should be able to proceed. I would like to request anybody to pray for the breakfast as we go out. May I request who is the volunteer? Okay. We can listen to the prayer by Mr. Walgembe as I walk out to take the breakfast. Mr. Walgembe.
Bless us, O Lord, that these are gifts which you have received from thy bounty. Amen.
He has not heard. But probably Mr. Batistika did talk about him. Moment you will share with him as well, so that you can start looking at that. to disband that meeting. Hello, Hamba, please. Yes, help us invite those ones still outside. Are we ready to continue? So, welcome back from tea. I hope you enjoyed. We had nice things out there to partake. I take this opportunity to introduce those who have joined us late. I give them a chance to introduce themselves. They are not many, and I will allow them to tell us who they are, what they do, and where they are coming from. I will start with this gentleman.
All right, thank you so much, Augusta. My name is Gerald Cairo. I work for EcoTrust and I'm working on the carbon finance. Thank you.
I thought you would ask who next. I think you also didn't introduce.
Good morning, members. My name is David Ntege. I'm a student doing PhD from Makerere University. Thank you.
Another person, I think, didn't introduce himself. None other than this gentleman.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Philip Kihumuro. I work for WWF, based out in Kagadi. I lead the restoration initiative, some of the early starters for RED projects in Uganda. Thank you.
Madam, did you introduce yourself? Yes. There is another person who didn't introduce himself here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaluba Enoch, and I work with the UN RED MRFV team. Thank you. Part of FAO.
Thank you for coming.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Moses Ruvang from Teda Farmers.
Any other person? Yes. Yes, I'm starting from here.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Titus Riasima from Ministry of Finance, Climate Finance Unit.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Imelda Kanzomba from the Ministry of Agriculture and Industry and Fisheries. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Patrick Kagawa, but if you like titles, I'm Owekitenesa Mugurusi. I'm out. And I work at Makerere University. I'm a historical member of these processes. I'm very happy to meet many other historicals here and the new people who have joined the struggle. The good struggle, not the other one of Situlago. Okay, thank you.
Any other person that has not had a chance to introduce himself?
Yes, good morning. Dennis Tuinomshin is my name. I work with the National Environment Management Authority.
You work with NEMA? Oh. Any other person? I think that is it. No, those are the reception. Right. We are now moving to the program. This session is going to have two sessions. We shall have a session where we will get a presentation from Mr. Bob Kazungu, the National RED focal point person. He will present to us the progress on fulfillment of safeguard requirements to comply to trees. And the second session will be the plan for conformancy, which will be by the safeguards coordinator, Mr. Mununuzi. And I would like now to call upon the National RED focal point person to make his presentation to us. And just checking with him. Are you ready, sir? Sorry. One more person that I've seen who didn't introduce himself. I have the honor to give him a microphone only so that he introduces himself.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Xavier Nyindo Mugumya. I am a National Red Plus specialist supporting the Secretariat under FAO. Thank you.
So earlier on in the meeting, I had the PS ask whether FAO was represented. FAO is now here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was trying to terrorize my colleague Nathan. Where is he? Nathan is on phone to make this presentation, but realized that there is another very dangerous presentation that he has to make. And so we decided that I do this presentation as we were doing the program for this day. My IT colleague, are you ready? But otherwise, I'm just going to take you through the journey, this work of how we are trying to meet the requirements for the R3's standard for safeguards. But if I get there, just for the benefit of the colleagues who might be joining this process for maybe the first time or the second, but maybe there are things you don't not appreciate very well. Being the National Red Plus focal point, maybe I need to introduce myself a little bit better, because Patrick was saying those who love titles, I don't really love them that much, but because I've seen people with no titles, but very, very serious fellows. And so titles are really not an issue. But my name is Bob Kazungu, Assistant Commissioner for Forestry at the Forestry Sector Support Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment. I'm also the National Red Plus focal point for Uganda. And I took over this responsibility just a few years ago. I think if there are many, maybe there 3 years as the National Red Plus focal point, 3 or 4 years maybe, as the National Red Plus focal point for Uganda. Having participated under the leadership of Madam Margaret Atieno Mapesa, who was the National Red Plus focal point. I participated. I used to be in the Red Plus work so much in the background. I used to support M&E things with the Red Plus. I used to those midterm reviews and those kind of things, benefit sharing arrangements. I used to manage those contracts, including the National Forest Monitoring System development and institutionalization. I used to be the contract manager for that. But I'm the only person who attended the Red Plus Academy on behalf of Uganda in Africa, in a very interesting place called Calabar in Nigeria. That was, I think, my first time to visit Nigeria. I think that was 2013 or something like that, 2012. And at that Red Plus Academy, the UN Red program had started doing Red Plus academies, training countries in different regions of the world on how and what Red Plus should be. So when I returned to the Secretariat, I used to have certain interest to see things happen, because my understanding was that when you're implementing Red Plus, I mean, from the academy now, implementing Red Plus, actually the ultimate goal is for the country to benefit. That is actually sorry, but I think we need to rectify these microphones, madam. Because you might be mixing yourselves with what is the objective of Red Plus. This whole conversation of reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation is not just for just that. They what we call results-based payments phase, the last phase of Red Plus. So there are 3 phases of Red Plus. The readiness phase, where countries demonstrate that they are able to engage in Red Plus implementation through developing some key frameworks. And those frameworks are called the Warsaw elements. But in addition to those Warsaw elements, we have other additional frameworks that support the implementation of a Red Plus strategy and action plan, which is developed along the way. The second phase is about investments or demo projects development and implementation, in order for countries to learn what it means to go into the final phase of results-based payments. That's what I was trying for a very long time. And so I've always been looking out, when are we getting there? When are we getting there? So I want to take you through that journey, but then later on, I'll then dive into the safeguards requirements for art and where we are at the moment, since we started working with the UN Red program. Is that the presentation mode, or it is still the other mode? SC means Assistant Commissioner. they don't wander. And then the National Red Plus focal point, just for the interest of this meeting. Okay, next slide. Okay. And then, of course, we also had an Academy for Red Plus that we did in Uganda, in Masindi, and some of you were part of that academy. Next slide. So I'll talk about those, is it 6 bullets? Hello? Okay. As you can see there, what is it, where we at in terms of Red Plus? I keep presenting these slides of the status just because it's important to know, history is very important. Where have we come from? Where are we at this point in time? And things like that. Then I'll go into the Cancun safeguards, a little bit Uganda's approach to the Cancun safeguards and the requirements to address and respect them. Overview of ATRIs, eligible trees participants, and ATRI cycle and ATRI validation verification, among other things within those slides. Next slide. Okay, now there are many slides, but I'll do my best to, I hope this is visible enough anyway, but just to say that we started in 2008, 2009, about there. We became a participant of the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, FCPF, for the World Bank. But that was because there was an approval of the FCPF Readiness Plan Idea Not, the emission reduction PIN or project or program Idea Not. So when that was approved, then we entered. We then became a participating country. So they called them participants. So Uganda became that. So since 2013, because from 2009, then we developed the readiness preparedness phase, proposal, the RPP. Some of you used to hear that word RPP. And that RPP then had to be implemented with the objective to deliver those 4 WOSO elements like I earlier talked about. So that was about 2013 when we started the actual implementation of the RPP, the readiness preparedness proposal for RED. And the support for that to happen was from grants by the World Bank FCPF window, the Norwegian Embassy in Uganda, the Austrian Development Corporation, and the UN RED National Program, as well as the government of Uganda. Actually, government of Uganda sunk in about $3.5 billion. And so we started off with that, and we were aiming to deliver those 4 WOSO elements. The National Red Plus Strategy and Action Plan, Forest Reference Emission Level, that is sort of like the baseline of where we are at in terms of emission reductions, the National Forest Monitoring System. If we have colleagues from the National Forest Authority, and also from FAO, because FAO supported us quite a lot. This NFMS is a core element for tracking how we are performing in terms of emission reductions. It's also important for reporting. And then the safeguards information system. This is very key for this meeting here. According to the RED global program, and what I learned from the RED Academy, and I've been studying the UN RED program. When shall we get there? There are the same people who told me that for you to report on safeguards, you must report through a safeguard information system. But later on, it was realized that countries are not ready to report through a safeguard information system. So we could then write a safeguard summary of information. You have a system. It is advisable to use it for reporting on safeguards. Anyway, but that is for another day. So in addition to those WOSO elements, we also did a number of frameworks that are supportive frameworks to the implementation of the National Red Plus Strategy and Action Plan, like the benefit sharing arrangement, because the moment you're looking at the 3rd phase of Red Plus implementation, where we have performance-based or results-based payments, then those payments that accrue from emissions because of interventions, then that is a performance. And because of that performance, you might need to share those benefits, because the emissions reduced because of interventions like restoration, agroforestry interventions, things to do with protection and conservation of forest estates. It could be the work of many people. It could be government, it could be communities, for example, collaborative forest management groups. It could be many different people participating to the reduction of those emissions. Because of that, and there is money involved, you must share those benefits. And at one time we stopped talking about benefits, but started talking about incentives, because benefits was being a word that people were misinterpreting to mean just money, monetary, but it can be something else. It can be services, social services, it can be. So there are different models. Those of you who develop carbon projects here can have monetary ways of sharing benefits, or but also can have non-monetary, but you can compute that into money depending on the situation and the national circumstance. So we developed a benefit sharing arrangement for the country, which is available. You visit our website of the ministry, www.mwe.go.ug. Then you look for projects, you look for REDD+, you will see all the things in there. Because the World Bank was facilitating us, we had to develop what we call an environmental and social management framework for the whole entire program of REDD+. Some of you who are in the environment space, you know that when you do investments on large scale, you do an ENSMF, then you do an ESMP for the specific project. So for the REDD+ program, we developed an environmental and social management framework, which is a safeguard element, by the way, for those of you, I mean, when you try to dig a little deep into what safeguards comprise of. We also did a feedback, grievance, and redress mechanism. It's also available. There could be some conflicts that or grievances that could arise from interventions. For example, you may be intervening in terms of increased control of access to a forest in order to enhance and support sustainable forest management. And then the communities start to complain that we used to access hubs and all these kind of things, because you are aiming at reducing emissions. So you want to put more patrolmen, you want to, some people can even fence off. Some countries have fenced off their estates, and then you deny access of the adjacent communities to things that they were really having access to. And so you raise a conflict. So how would you then deal with that conflict? So a feedback, a feedback, grievance, and redress mechanism was also developed for REDD+. Generally, you have seen projects now, GCA projects, World Bank projects, I don't know who, African Development Bank projects, also with this kind of, they might call them GRM, grievance redress mechanisms, and GRC, the committees that are there. So this is related to that, more or less, but now for REDD+ in this context. But during that time, we also did a FIP, a Forest Investment Program, and that is actually what generated the current huge World Bank project you might have heard about, some of you, the IFPA-CD project that the ministry is implementing with NFA, the ministry coordinates with NFA and UA entities as implementing partners. So, and also the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, and Antiquities as being co-chairs of the steering committee of that project and providing that overall policy guidance. Now, this FIP is a document that you can always pick on and develop bankable projects as well, which are related to emission reduction. So it is also one other document that is relevant for readiness, for REDD+ implementation. We also did Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework, because you know that the issue of stakeholder engagement is very key for REDD+ implementation. Who is benefiting, who is supposed to be consulted, and things like that. The Indigenous peoples is a very interesting category. I see them sit on different boards. For your information, I'm also a board member of the UN REDD program based in Geneva. And one of the things I saw that the indigenous peoples are very powerful. Every time they put up a flag to raise an issue, they'll pick them ahead of anybody. And when that happens, they can raise anything. And one time they raised the red flag against something in another country, I'll not mention here for the obvious reasons. And one of the donors said, I'm actually withdrawing funding, suspending funding until that issue is resolved, just from a board meeting. So it's interesting. And we as Red Plus had to develop that framework, planning framework to take care of indigenous peoples. And they're becoming quite important in all these conversations of carbon and climate change. Nathan here will tell you what happens to us because of these indigenous people, the Batwa, the Ike, every time they raise a red flag, a whole team from Washington can come here just because of, of something to do with the indigenous people's rights being infringed on. So we are very careful, Red Plus, to do that. But also the strategic environmental and social assessment document is also there. Developed some emission reduction project idea notes for 2 watershed management zones, Albertine and Choga. Of course, when say Mount Elgon, that is in Choga. Just for we also developed, we also were able to develop a technical annex with Red Plus results and submitted it as part of the BOR biannual update report that is always submitted by the Climate Change Department. So that is the BOR. Now it's going to be BTR, as some of you might be aware, but those documents are submitted regularly by countries that party to the UNFCCC. And so if you want to submit anything to do with what you have done in terms of emission reduction for RED, you submit it as a technical annex to that, one of those documents. And so Uganda was the first African country to submit one at the peak of COVID in April 2020. And that was important for the readiness phase, as I'll tell you later. But we also were able to submit the first summary of safeguards information that reports on the compliance with Cancun safeguards. Safeguards for Cancun are reported on through a document called the Summary of Information Report, SOI. We have a presentation to that effect for that first Summary of Information Report. We've asked our colleague who supports both the Red Plus Secretariat, but currently just some work we asked him to support with FAO to develop one of the proposals I'll talk about later. So many things have been done and so many things are yet to be done. As you can see there, we want to see the Red Plus activities are integrated, and we are going to use the incoming financing from the GCF and part of Government of Uganda financing, which has been reducing over time, to make sure the Red Plus goes down deep into the different institutions. We had an integration meeting here in, was it the same hotel? Imelda, or it was another hotel, when we had a meeting with the UN Red to integrate into MDS strategies, Red Plus into MD. I think it was in the same hotel one time. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was in the same hotel, but in another room, the other side. So we started off that journey, and we hope to continue doing this, both for the MDS, but also for the local governments, with the financing we hope to get from the GCF that we're preparing right now with FAO. We also, of course, want to continue with looking at the work of jurisdictional nesting for Red Plus, because some of you, the partners here, are in the different landscapes, Albertine, Choga, and all these kind of places. And you are doing projects of carbon, and some of them, you're calling them Red Plus projects. And so if we're not careful, we might have people claiming the same credits. You know, I'm the one who generated these credits, then also says I'm the one. So there could be a conflict. So because to avoid double counting or double claiming, whatever we might want to call it, depending on the circumstance, we do what we call nesting. So we'll get out what you're doing, delineate it. We can even allocate if we have enough information to use for allocation to you for the credits you want to utilize. So we shall continue doing that. We shall prepare and publish that, those approaches for nesting. We are going to continue preparing bankable proposals, and we're doing that with UNDP support. We have some engagements where some of you are going to be involved also. We're having meetings in Albertine, Fort Portal, I think, and Mbali in the coming days. And some of you will be part of those meetings. I mentioned about the strategy going down into the district development plans and even our regional management zone. And you might be wondering, why are we talking about water management zones? When we're doing the REDD+ strategy, we agreed as a government, as a ministry, that implementation of REDD+ will be against the 4 water management zones, you know, that we have. Some of you have participated in some of those engagements. We also hope to update our baseline, because we did the one we have currently. If you look at the UNFCCC website and the info hub for REDD, it is for 2018. And a lot has happened between 2018 to 6 years ago. So we want to update our baseline so that we're able to use it. Maybe just for your information, I don't have a flip chart, but I just want to show you something. That for you to sell carbon credits, there must be a difference between where you were at and the reduction in emissions. So that difference is what people pay for. So you must have a baseline. You must have something to show where you are at, whether in 2024 or 2025 or 2023, whatever it is, and then use that as a baseline. So that baseline, literally, is what we call the forest reference emission level, in simple language. It's one of the WASO elements. So we want to update what we have, and the work that we are doing right now with especially the FAO. We hope to utilize the data to do to update the FREL that we have. We shall continue reporting. This time it might be a BTR, because not might be, will be. It was the deadline was 30th December 2024 to report under what we call BUR. Now it is by annual transparency report. Because of the transparency requirements, Article 13 of the Paris Agreement calls for countries to be more transparent when reporting. And so the biannual update report has become what we call the biannual transparency reports. And the transparency requirements, quality assurance, how do you ensure that the data is of good quality, is authentic, you know, and things like that. How people participated in this data collection? Can someone confirm that this data is not, you know, I mean, it's clean enough, it's agreeable with different stakeholders and things. So that is, that transparency element is the key. So we shall start reporting under the biannual transparency report. This is the obligation of Climate Change Department. I'm not sure whether they have come. I hope we invited them. But we do a technical annex to the biannual transparency report. So we shall also continue supporting the national communication to UNFCCC. We hope to have a national registry for REDD with some limitations, because limitations in the sense that we, in terms of the credits and the like, it's a responsibility of GHG registry under the Climate Change Department. So the REDD+ registry will be able to pick on the key elements relevant for REDD, make sure that it works. I mean, it informs the GHG registry. And of course, the Safeguard Information System, we did a web page for it. We are getting a consultant, and you'll be involved to complete it and make sure and ensure that now we have all the web-based components in the Safeguard Information System. So that's a click away. And that is work that is led by the Department of Environment Sector Services Support. For your own information, your boss in this meeting is from the Department of Environment Sector Support Services of the Ministry of Water and Environment. For us at the REDD+ Secretariat, and they make part of the Secretariat from that perspective of safeguards. We just support with the coordination of this safeguards work. But in terms of all safeguard things, that's why you can see Nathan and the large team here from his department, because this is their responsibility. So even the safeguard information system is actually managed by them, you know, so they have a manager for that. Well, there's so many things that have happened since when we're about to close the readiness phase. Just talked about 2020, because I recall that the actual financing from FCTF ended 2019. Then we got some additional financing between 2020 and 2021. And during that time, so much happened. One of the things was to submit the REDD+ results. And this was based on the fact that we had done the National Forest Inventory, at least up to some good percentage. I think it was 75%, John, at that time. And then we had some good information for us to utilize to do some work on the 2 years, 2015 December to December 2017, to look at what we have in terms of emission reductions. And we have about 8 million tons for that annually. And we decided to submit that as a technical annex, and we're the first African country. But in August of that same year, with UN RED program led by UN Environment, we also submitted a concept to micro. We had gained confidence in a number of things because of the NFI and then the National Forest Monitoring System and all those also elements. So we gained a lot of confidence, submitted the concept to Microsoft, because just looking out, you see, sometimes you have to throw the net in the ocean or in the lake to, if you get a mermaid, that is very dangerous, but you can get some fish. But anyway, Microsoft had advertised for expression of interest for countries, and we said, why can't we throw in? So we threw in that for the future. So Microsoft has our country in its database, Uganda. When it wants to buy credits, it will just approach us and say, oh, look, guys, we have you here. Can you sell us something? We are paying more than other markets or whatever it is. But we just wanted to do that, and we did that in 2020. And these letters, of course, are signed off by the head of the institution. So it is something that is administratively agreed on. Again, during that time of 2020, during COVID, we had a GF-funded project called the Capacity Building Initiative Transparency. And that project looked at the functionality of the National Forest Monitoring System. But for those of you who know how to compute carbon credits, you know that we have a very important element called emission factors. Activity data times emission factors gives you what? Okay, in simple terms, if you want to compute the carbon credits. Anyway, so emission factors are quite important. We had to make sure that we also prepare emission factors for the country, but focus a bit on plantations, because initially in our FREL, we didn't have these plantations in there. So the FAO still supported that project. 2021, the UN Environment asked us to, approached us and said, guys, we have some little money. Can we do some work plan? So that work plan later on led to the Safeguard Information System web page developed in 2022. And around that time of 2021, there had also been some other consortium, a LEAF coalition, lowering emissions from lowering emissions for accelerating forest finance, called the LEAF, and then coalition. It had approached countries, tropical countries, asking them to prepare proposals and then use the ATRI standard for transactions. So we approached them, wrote a proposal. I'm told it was one of the best. During COVID, by the way, everything was online. I recall it was very tough. But we were supposed to sign a letter of intent that we haven't signed because of some legal considerations, including the regulation that we haven't yet completed. With that same support, we also did the RED Plus strategy roadmap for results-based payments. What does it mean for us to do to receive payments using the RED Plus window? We have a strategy in place. All the things are available, documents if you wish. We prepared a template for collecting safeguards data for the Safeguard Information System. And of course, we started preparing the second summer information, which we thought would deliver by last year, but we couldn't. We shall do that this year. Next slide. I want to move a little bit faster because we're getting late. Still in 2021, of course, the LEAF is there about it. In 2024, the UNFAO, based on the other results we submitted in 2020, I told you they were very important. When we submitted those results, we thought that we can actually get some money out of them. Otherwise, they become what we call vintage or old results that nobody's interested in. So we decided to submit a concept note to the GCF because there was a window, a pilot window for GCF RED Plus results-based payments. And the concept note was submitted towards the end of 2021, 22, I think. Yeah. And then we been waiting. So we waited for about 2.5 years because by the time we submitted, the money had been depleted by other giant countries in South America. And so we decided to negotiate. So every time we could travel for COPs and other meetings, GCF meetings in Songdo and the like. We were negotiating on behalf of the country. So in the board meeting 39 of July 2024, the GCF approved our concept note and asked only 4 countries, Uganda being one of them, Laos, Vietnam, Papua New Guinea, and Uganda, to submit proposals. Now, this is like assured money. It's not the other proposal of GCF where you're competing. This money is already there, but we are preparing a good proposal. You know, we are preparing a good proposal. So some of you have been part of it, and the FAO is leading that as the accredited entity, because that is what we did with them during the time of submission. And you'll be part of the consultations. Xavier here is supporting that process. I think John is also part of the team at FAO, and another global team of FAO, a huge team, preparing that proposal with the Ministry of Water and Environment. And we are hopeful that in October, board meeting of GCF, it will be approved. And then we should be having resources at least next year by June or something like that. Yeah, about $35 million. Early 2023, we also joined the Art Trees family, things like that. The secretary is also part of the national task force that preparing the Uganda's international carbon mechanism regulations, which are yet to be endorsed. Private sector that approach the Red Plus Secretariat and Climate Change Department for guidance and partnership to develop carbon projects. Some of them have gone to an extent of doing feasibility studies, others even PDD, project design documents, but the regulations are yet to come out in order to guide and provide the best way of how we shall handle. So the Cancun safeguards are 7. I challenge you to look out for them, but they include things like how do we respect and address our. They also include aspects of indigenous persons and stakeholder engagement. They include elements to do with biodiversity conservation. How do you respect that? They include aspects to do with addressing reversals and displacement. Those 2 things are very interesting. You might intervene in part X and you cause problems in part Y. You evict people here and they go and they damage there, you know, so you're displacing emissions, in other words. And you can do some interventions that instead of improving, but they're reducing on the positive. So those are reversals. But so we are saying that every country approaches compliance to Cancun safeguards depending on national circumstances. We're not the same, depending on our policies, depending on our institutional framework, depending on, so that's why there is what we call a country's approach to the Cancun safeguards. So we're saying that the countries can comply with the Cancun safeguards by establishing policies, laws, and regulations that address the 7 safeguards. They can also implement procedures and institutional arrangement to respect the safeguards principles that we have. And the Cancun safeguards are just a set of requirements that ensure REDD+ initiatives address sensitive issues, which I just talked about. They were agreed upon in 2010 by the UNFCCC at a COP in Cancun. They aim to reduce environmental and social risks. They aim to identify and enhance environmental and social benefits. They aim to ensure the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities are respected. I want to tell you, this issue of indigenous peoples is causing us a lot of stress in this country, because people don't sometimes take them serious, and they're very serious people. The representative of indigenous peoples is here, and I know you know what we are going through in some programs. We aim to conserve natural forests and biological diversity to reduce the displacement of emissions, because we need to respect the rights of those indigenous peoples and local communities. Next slide. I'm not saying they are bad. I'm just saying that we need to be careful. If you have never looked at indigenous persons and local communities as serious, when you're talking about climate change and carbon trade, this is a time for you to respect them. Those local communities can raise a red flag at any time. You know? So how countries are complying with or how can they comply with Cancun safeguards? I told you can develop policies, laws, and regulations, creating them to address those, put in place procedures and institutional arrangements to respect the safeguards principles. If you need a Ministry of Gender, if you're not there, for example, to address policy issues related to social inclusion, for example, into REDD+ implementation, then you do it as a country. If there are things that are missing, it's about a policy, specific policy or law specific to enhancing, the participation of indigenous persons, you do it. Uganda is quite lucky because we have all these participatory forest management mechanisms, play the collaborative under Uganda Wildlife Authority. We have all these things in place, but in practice, how are we? So we can enhance people's participation within those frameworks still through maybe guidelines, and that's why we're developing, we're revising the guidelines for CFM in the country, and things will also include some of these things and make sure that we enhance the participation of those categories of stakeholders in whatever we do. The safeguard information system is one way that we can comply with Cancun safeguards. If there is a system in place, then it is easy for you to report. We started on the journey with a web page. We hope we can now go into the improving and upgrading from a web page to an actual system that that speaks to the outside and delivers even reports. We can also promote and support the safeguards through throughout the REDD+ implementation, and this is some of the work we are doing here: capacity building, IC materials, all these things, social inclusion, what we call community of practice that we want to create in this country on social inclusion, on issues of safeguards under REDD+. With support from UNRED in the coming months, we shall get back to you so that people can have a conversation that is free-flowing and give some ideas. We have people in Makerere and these other institutions of research that have a lot of good ideas, and we are not sharing them, so we can have a community of practice for us to be able to do all this. So we can promote this at whatever, But I just wanted to mention also that depending on the country's circumstances, these Cancun safeguards may actually be clarified and may comprise country-specific thematic criteria, indicators, or narrative statements. You know that we have prepared some indicators for these 7 Cancun safeguards as a country before. And of course, that should be in relation to the actions of REDD, which are within the National REDD+ strategy and the action plan, because that is the key framework document for REDD+ implementation. That's why it is the first also element, very important. If you have a REDD+ strategy, then the options that you have in that strategy are based on the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation. What has led to this too much deforestation and forest degradation? So you tackle those drivers through options which you put in the REDD+ strategy. So that's quite important. So, and as you're tackling all that, the safeguards should not be left out. It should be also noted that countries may wish to set safeguard goals beyond now. Why you're seeing these statements as long as they are, this is how it is a requirement under UN-REDD countries' approach. So I don't want to miss out any word, because this is what is required for a country to do. And I'll tell you for us what we did. So it should be noted that countries may wish to set safeguard goals beyond the requirements of UNFCCC, and consequently additional clarifications of substantive content of these other international safeguard frameworks may be relevant for country-specific context. So sometimes we prepare a document, but there are decisions that come from a conference of parties. Some of you have just come back from Azerbaijan, and there are some decisions on Article 5, there's some decisions on Article 6, which are relevant for safeguards implementation. So you come and update based on size. So it might be, so that is within UNFCCC. But within the country, which is not UNFCCC, there could be things that you need to do. There could be circumstances that you need to look at, especially recently somebody asked us a question as to whether the Karamojong are indigenous people. Are Karamojongs indigenous people? And then they told us to conduct a study. It was related to these carbon things. So it is very, very interesting. And so you can do things based on the circumstances in order to clarify on these safeguards. And of course, when you do all that, then you are contributing to a country's approach to safeguards, and of course, constitute a step in the process of how the Cancun safeguards can be addressed and respected. So for Uganda, what we did, we focused a lot on the safeguard information system. So the next slide. Okay. You look at this process framework to address and respect the safeguards, which is the country approach to safeguards. So we defined the safeguard goals and scope. We looked at the, of course, in order to get from there to respecting of the safeguards and addressing them, we needed to have a couple of things. You can see that we needed to clarify the Cancun safeguards in the context of the country. We needed to assess existing policies, laws, and regulations, the PLRs, but that could only be done by assessing the benefits and risks of the policies and measures in place. We needed to revise existing policies, regulations, and legislation and the laws and regulations. If necessary, we develop new ones. But for Uganda, we said, no, we can include our REDD+ elements within our forestry policy. And that's why we had the position paper from REDD+ readiness phase for the review of the forestry policy. And within all that, you are trying to address a couple of safeguards within the policies, laws, and regulations. But you also have a path of defining the safeguard information system objectives, determine what we need, and structure them into indicators. We have all this. So we have what we call a safeguards information system design document. Colleagues, I challenge you to visit our website. To design document means that the architecture and design document, that you want to develop a safeguard information system, but what do you need in terms of architecture? What are the things you need, indicators, what information you need to collect, and all these kind of things, including the gymnastics of how the system is going to be managed by the different managers under the Department of Environment Sector Services support. So that path is also important. As you clarify, you define the information system because you need to report anyway, and then assess existing information system and sources, and then have a CIS in place, have a summary of information. I told you that when I was in the academy, I knew that you cannot prepare a summary of information report without a CIS. But later on, decisions came from the different corps that you can actually prepare a summary information report before you have a system in place, because there are elements, there's guidance to that note where you can have, like we prepared our first summary information report for safeguards without having a safeguard information system, because we had guidance from UNFCCC to do that. So in terms of UNFCCC, this is the interest. As you prepare a country's approach, what the UNFCCC needs to see is that safeguards are addressed, is that they are respected, they are reported on through a safeguard information system that should be able to deliver a summary of what called a SOI report. So this is how we also approached it as a country. And right now we have, and I'll pause there a bit, and right now we have a safeguard information system webpage, which we are going to develop further and upgrade. We have a safeguard information system architecture and design document. We have a first summary of information report. And so we have been able to report in the first summary of information report from 2008 to 2020 on how we attempted to address and respect the Cancun safeguards. When you listen to the presentation that will be done, request by Xavier on the SOI, on the first summary information report, you'll appreciate what it contains. But it's just reporting on how we have complied. So, I mean, having said all that, and this meeting and the UN REDD program being focused, this current support from 2023 being focused on the trees alignment and also the requirements for safeguards specific to this meeting. You'll attend other meetings where talk about the carbon accounting aspects. FAO is arranging a couple of meetings to that effect as well. The UNDP has a couple of other meetings also on bankable projects. But for this component of UNEP, I mean, for the entire UN REDD program, the trees is quite important. So I didn't want to just drop into this tree without telling you what it is exactly about. So allow me now dive into an overview of art and trees. And we're separating art and trees because art is a secretariat and trees is a standard. But art is architecture for REDD+ transactions in full. And I told you that it is hosted by Winrock, or I didn't say. Winrock International is, you know, the body, the entity that is hosting the art and the trees standard, based in the United States of America. And it has a vision. That architecture has a vision, which is to provide confidence needed in the integrity of forest emissions reductions to unlock new large-scale investments to protect and restore forests and reward countries that are delivering those results. So there are things which are key. Provide confidence. Then many people have been complaining about the credits coming from other standards, for example. I don't want to mention for the obvious reasons that there is a problem. I think the baselines are misrepresented, all these kind of things. But also other standards I'll not mention. And so the art decided to say, okay, let's improve confidence with what we deliver. Integrity, when you go into the conversation of carbon credits, integrity means that these credits have been delivered. Let me give one example. Have been delivered without infringing on the rights of indigenous peoples, for example. They look at that. These credits have been delivered without damaging the biodiversity of the country or that location. It's one of the integrity things. But also the data that we're using is also authentic data. Nobody is complaining. There is no double counting or double claiming. That enhances what we call integrity. So the art is saying we need to enhance integrity of those emissions. But unlock new large-scale investments. Jurisdictional. This art tree standard is looking at jurisdiction. Jurisdiction means that it is either the whole country or one level below the country, like a water management zone, for example, or a region, northern region, or whatever the country has, however way it has delineated and divided itself. And of course, protection, restoration of forests is the key, but the word reward is important, reward countries. I told you that performance-based, results-based. You perform, then you get. There must be a baseline for you to show that you are performing. Now, this art is a global voluntary carbon program. That's why it is an architecture to register, verify, and issue high-quality REDD+ emission reduction credits to countries and jurisdictions. So there is a register that comes along with every standard. In other words, if a country doesn't have a registry, then you can use the standard to register your carbon credits. And when you register them, it means nobody else can register. You get what I'm saying? So you avoid double counting. So every standard has that element of, can you go back to the last slide? I'm gonna move fast, don't worry. The previous slide, sorry, the previous slide. Just to talk about the previous slide. That's failed to go there? Okay, fine. The trees, because we can't miss out this one, the trees is the real standard now, the REDD+ environmental excellence standard, precise technical safeguard verification and registration requirements for national and jurisdictional crediting of emission reduction from reduced deforestation and degradation. So it is focusing on REDD. So when it came, it was enticing to REDD countries, especially countries that are ready. Now, let me tell you something we have an advantage as a country. Right now, the Article 6 of the UNFCCC is saying that REDD can actually participate in Article 6.2 if a country is ready. But not many countries are that ready, for your own information. You can Google. Not many countries are ready for REDD. I mean, as in they haven't delivered these things we have delivered. These are also elements and different frameworks. So Uganda is for the sector, for the program, and we stop talking about sectors. We can do a quick fix. Now we are trying to finish the art trees. So time will come when countries are competing to sell some. Remember now, the donor financing is reducing, right? So now you have to use what you have as a country. People will be struggling. For us to just say, oh no, we are ready, Uganda, we are able, we can issue some credits under art trees, and we move. We get to fix something. Of course, with the governance issues, an assumption that the governance issues will be well with those financing. Next slide. So who is eligible and what are the eligibility aspects for this our trees. In terms of participants, there must be national governments or subnational government with national approval. In other words, you can partner with the private sector, but when you're government, in order to, to participate in the art trees. And the second version added a pathway for indigenous groups. So you can work with indigenous groups specific with this standard. The other issue is that there must be registration of subnational accounting areas that meet trees eligibility requirements allowed until December 31st, 2030. When we talk about subnational, we're saying one step below the country. For example, we have 4 water management zones. So it can be maybe Albert, those subnational eligibility area, counting areas, it's only until December 31st, 2030. Beyond that, it will be only the national level. So that's how critical this is. In other words, it's not for small things. And that's why you can see we are looking at 2.5 million hectares minimum area, but this is something that has been discussed actually, because when you look at most countries, there is already people are in there. So to raise 2.5 million hectares of an area, so I think this one actually is being, I think it has been revised very recently. I'll check again. But in terms of technical requirements, it is an audit style validation that happens and verification registration is required. Maybe just to let you know that for every carbon transactions, there is a stage of validation and verification that happens by an independent company, to be sure. There are some legal aspects that need to be taken into consideration. Right now, we are struggling with a legal situation with the LEAF Coalition, where our Minister of Justice says we must use Uganda laws. The partner is saying, no, because we have these global companies, all these global companies, NESO, A&B, all these that are participating in the LEAF Coalition, we agreed that we use our New York code. Yeah? And for us, we're saying, we want to use the national. So we have that situation. And very soon we are going to have a meeting, people are flying in from New York. And we have a meeting just to understand what are the pros and cons of using the New York code and using can you imagine? But we are standing our ground as a country. It also requires some bit of monitoring and reference level setting, the FRELs. The accounting is important in terms of ensuring non-permanence. I mean, looking at issues of non-permanence, leakage and uncertainties. Issues of non-permanence and leakage are related to things like you could have credits that or emissions that are raised from within the same locality. You're doing an intervention here, but people now end up damaging this. So there's a leakage of emissions based on an intervention you are doing, which seems good on the other side. And then, of course, the issue of permanence. We know that we keep losing our estates. So if you enter into these arrangements, you need to make sure that the loss by deforestation is actually reduced. So you need to put into really good for the things, because sometimes it is you harvest and then you plant. So then somebody says, okay, but they create, later on it balances out. It balances. So there are those arguments in the carbon element. So the cycle of this standard is such that you submit a trees concept note. I didn't talk about it, I don't know why, but it was supposed to be in those bullets. We submitted a trees concept note sometime in 2022, if I'm to remember, towards the end of 2022. That's why we got an approval and joined the trees family in early 2023. And then the Secretariat, of course, looks at that concept note. It is approved in stage number 3 by that Secretariat, which is the WinRock. And then when that is approved, then we get into the preparation of the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report. We have been working on this since 2023, as some of you have been part of this process. And so we're lucky that when we had this approval, then we managed to get additional financing from the UN RED program. And of course, UNEP led the safeguards part. FA was leading the carbon accounting component. And so we are still here on stage number 4 and 5. we are actually here in between here because we are working. So we have these draft documents, which we are yet to submit, and we cannot submit them until all the agents of UN have completed their sections. So we are working together with FAO for the carbon accounting part. The safeguards part is also being concluded, as you'll see from the presentations that are coming next, and then we shall submit. But when that happens, when you submit, the Secretariat reviews and they can actually provide some steps to rectify or add some comments and things like that. And then step 7, a country, Uganda, now has to select from the global VVBs. VVBs are verification validation bodies. So we select and contract them. We pay money for that process. So they will validate and verify or validate, and we pay that person. So most countries don't have the money to pay from the coffers. So what we do is we look for a partner. And so the Secretariat of Red Plus has already started looking for partners. We have about 2 partners that we have talked. So the stage number 8, of course, when you get to the VVB, then they will do the validation and verification, and then the Secretariat and they submit the next slide. I'm going to move it a bit faster from there because I noticed that it's quite. Okay. So in terms of validation and verification, you see, we just mentioned that we select the body, the VVP from the list that is available on the website of ART, and those documents are needed for validation, the registration document, and then for verification, the trees monitoring reports. But the document registration is only for the year 1, and then monitoring is continuous, year 1, 3, and 5. Optional years of 2 and 4, you don't need to monitor. because of what goes on in accruing these credits. The validation is conducted against information provided by the country, Uganda, in our research. So you have to be very careful. What do you put in those documents of registration and monitoring? Because if you become so ambitious, then the verifier will ask you questions. I mean, you'll find that maybe you have not met the requirement because you were so ambitious on raising the bar so high. So you have to be very careful. But the verification is conducted against evidence for safeguards indicators, registration document, and monitoring reports. The validation again is within 12 months of the kickoff. The verification is report and statement also within that time. But the secretary will request revisions needed and credit issuance. Just to mention that the verification and validation is third party. Third party means that you don't know the fellow. The guy doesn't care about you. If you have a problem, he'll tell you the problem and things like that. But the register of art, which I said is a requirement for all standards, contains participant information, the documentation for the program, the art registry, including the records of serialized credit issuance and credit cancellation, if any, transfers, retirement data, and a pooled buffer account. The pooled buffer account is interesting because some countries are going for, because sometimes you are not sure what is going to happen. So you have to keep some credits somewhere for the future in case you have a fall in the credits that you have. Then you have a buffer to cover up for that. So that is an element which is also within the art here. Allow me just to mention that there's some, next slide. There's some main safeguard elements that we cannot miss out, even when we are dealing with the art, but also even when we're dealing with the UNFCCC. And all right. But one of the things we can't miss out is alignment to UNFCCC. We need the SOI, Summary of Information Report. We need the Safeguard Information System. We need to address the Cancun safeguards. But we also need periodically reporting on the safeguards. We need to understand that the third-party validation verification is quite important. And the country has to determine governance arrangements, institutional capacities, and outcomes during the time of validation and verification. And they only validate you against what you have put in the registration document. Verification is against evidence, as I mentioned, in indicators. So you need to be careful what kind of, how do you state your indicators? You may overstate something that you'll do. Sometimes you can say we shall have maybe a certain law in place in the next 5 years. And you don't have control over whether you can have an act in place or things. So the verifier will come and ask you, you said you're going to have an act to deal with such and such an issue in 2 years, but we are not seeing it. So you need to be careful what you do. I think that was not a slide, but it's okay. We can go in there. Safeguards key requirements, eligibility criteria aligned to UNFCCC Cancun safeguards and core safeguards requirements. It's important to note that at national level, you should have addressed and respected the safeguards. At subnational level, you should have addressed and respected them, but at the scale of that subnational, but must be consistent with the national legislation. And I say that this is interim because until 2030, December 31st, we shall revert back to the national jurisdictions only for the arteries. Next slide. Let's talk about a little bit about reporting for safeguards and how and what do we need to report. Just to mention to you that the arteries standard was prepared based on the Cancun the requirements for safeguards was prepared based on the Cancun safeguard, the 7 Cancun safeguards, which became the principles under the arteries. But each of those principles was then unpacked into what we call 16 themes. And those define the conditions that must be met to address and respect safeguards. But also, the 16 themes were further broken down into 44 indicators. There is a whole document to that effect. I didn't want to share that with you, but maybe, not maybe, my colleague Nathan will share with you a little bit these indicators, a quick summary of what we are talking about. But these indicators have also been structured into three, what we call structure, process, and outcome indicators. The structure indicators under the at-risk safeguards requirements indicators, which are 44. I mean, the structure, not down 44, I mean, they're spread out. But they demonstrate relevant governance arrangements, e.g. the policies, laws, and institutional arrangements that are in place. So you need to demonstrate that you have all these laws, institutions, policies in place in order to respond and address the safeguards. The process indicators demonstrate the relevant institutional mandates. Do you have NEMA? Do we have NFA? Do we have UA? All these, what are their different mandates? Are they clear? What are the processes, procedures, and all mechanisms that are in place and enforced within those institutional mandates? The outcome indicators demonstrate implementation outcomes, including how outcomes have been identified and all will be monitored. Reporting, is about telling us what you're going to do or what you have done, but you need to have some indicators. So these indicators are structured in three: structure, process, and outcome. Nathan will go a little bit deep into that. But just to talk a little bit about outcome, you cannot have an outcome indicator if you don't have anything you have implemented. So for Uganda, we decided to do a plan for conformance in order to demonstrate the outcome, in order to meet or respect the outcome indicators. And Nathan will be presenting on the plan for conformance. Otherwise, the process and structure indicators from our first report, assessment report, Uganda has all that is required. Most of what is required, most of what is required to meet those safeguards requirements under structure and process indicators. Just very quickly, these are the 16 themes for the at-risk safeguards. Very quickly, you see theme 1.1 and 1.2, which is looking at 1.1 is consistent with objectives of national forest programs, and 1.2 consistent with objectives of relevant international convention and agreements. I just want to let you know that the 1.1, 1.2 was carved out of Cancun safeguard number 1, which is looking at how countries must be able to demonstrate, programs that are meeting safeguards, Cancun safeguards number 1 must be able to demonstrate they are in line with the national forest programs and also any relevant national convention agreements that the country has ratified to. But we unpacked it into two. Then for Cancun safeguard number 2, which is about the issues of respecting access to information and protecting the rights of different stakeholders, we unpacked it into 4, 2.1, 0.2.3 and 0.4. 0.1 is on respect, protect, and fulfill right of access to information. 2.2, promoting transparency and preventing corruption. 2.3 is respecting, protecting, and fulfilling land tenure rights. And 2.4 is respecting, protecting, and fulfilling access to justice. So you can see this how we unpacked the second Cancun safeguard into 4 indicators. 4 themes. The third Cancun safeguard was looking at local communities' participation, indigenous peoples, and of course respecting the indigenous traditional knowledge. And we unpacked it into 3 themes. And those are identifying the indigenous peoples and local communities, respecting and protecting traditional knowledge, respecting, protecting, and fulfilling the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. Then the 4.1, 4.2 came out of Cancun safeguard number 4, which was looking at the stakeholder participation and involvement. We unpacked it into 2 themes, which is respecting, protecting, and fulfilling rights of relevant stakeholders and protecting and promoting adequate participatory procedures for IPs and local communities. 5.1.2.3 came from 5, Cancun safeguard number 5, which was looking at conservation of forest and biodiversity aspects. And it was unpacked, not us, by the way, this was work done by by the Art Trees Secretary, not us really. For us, we were supposed now to see how can we unpack this further into what's relevant for the country and what is available for the country. And that includes non-convergent natural forests, protecting natural forests, biological diversity, and ecosystem services, enhancing social benefits. 6 remained the issue of displacement of emissions should be integrated in the designs, prioritized and implemented and assessed as we do the policies and measures. This is just one example of a structural indicator, process and outcome indicator. We're not going to go there because of time, but just to mention that the Cancun safeguards became principles, and then these things became later on the principles were unpacked into themes, and then the themes were unpacked into indicators. And the indicators were divided into 3: the structural indicators that are looking at the it's all right, thank you, don't worry. Looking at the aspects of the legal framework and the convention agreements and things like that. The process indicator looking at institutions and their mandates, where the outcome indicator now looking at the future. How have you complied with, with the things under that theme with respect to protecting and fulfilling access to justice, for example, but now in terms of outcome. Yes, next slide. So in terms of reporting for ACTRIs, we are required, we divide the period, the crediting period into 2. The first part of the crediting period, we are required to report on the structural and process indicators because we are learning the standard evolves. And so the participants report conformance against all those indicators, but also present a plan for achieving conformance with the outcome indicators in the first crediting period. And crediting period could be, for example, let me just tell you that carbon transactions are long term, 20 years and above, most of them 30 years and above. So you can structure your 30 years into 5 years of crediting periods. So the first 5 years, according to this standard, because we are learning and we have not implemented much, we have been requested to only report on the process and the structure indicators, everything there. Do we have the institutions, the mandates, what is anything new that has been formed, blah, blah, in terms of institutions? Because you cannot report at that time on outcome indicators because you have not yet implemented that much. So the requirement is that you do a plan for conformance, which is going to be presented also by my colleague Nathan. So you just present a plan for, that's why we're preparing a plan for conformance when that time comes. But during the second crediting periods, the other 5 years, and you report on all the 3 types of indicators. And these are some of the other guidance. Note that subnational participants, safeguards are aligned and consistent national procedures and or applicable legislation. The SOIs and the Cs can be used to provide information and demonstrate conformance. Can be used, meaning that sometimes maybe it's not possible. The further guidance will be developed to indicate how to report information and how the VVBs, validation verification bodies, might approach confirming participants' conformance with the requirements. So there is a guidance document to that effect. Next slide. Everything has been guided because so what have we done so far? Just very quick summary. When we started the requirements for safeguards, we first did an safeguards for the ACTRIs requirements, and of course that includes data collection. So Xavier here prepared data assessment report. It's available. I hope it is on the website already. If it's not, make sure it goes there. We've been working within that assessment report to develop a draft trees registration document, which we have. But that can be only complete when the component of carbon accounting by FAO is also put in. We have a draft trees monitoring report, which can also only be completed when we have the carbon accounting components in there. For the safeguards, some good amount of work has been done in the sense that we've prepared and concluded the stakeholder engagement plan. We've been able to do all sorts of consultations. Most of you were involved. Even if it was done some consultations, but we need to put this into the document. All the things have to be put in the document. We also have a draft plan for conformance report that keeps evolving depending on, there's so many things happening, even decisions of the COP. When people came back from COP29, then Nathan was called to say, there's a certain decision here which might affect the plan for conformance. Can you include something? So the things of climate change and carbon trade keep evolving depending on decisions made at different meetings. But we have to have a point where we say, no, enough is enough. Let's submit for now. So we are waiting to complete. And actually, some of your input in this meeting could provide some additional feedback to these documents that we have. But we have them, at least for the safeguards component. And then the carbon accounting components are also have initiated the process to put them in the FAO country and the global OROMTI. Next slide. I think I'm almost getting there. I'm actually there. There is yeah, I removed some other slides because of time. I've just recalled. But if you need more information, you can look at that. Just keep it there for some time. Somebody can take a picture, or when we share with you, maybe these slides you should be able to. But the ATRI's website has a lot of information, that is guiding countries, even for you to understand what this standard is all about. Some of you are in academics. I had somebody, a PhD. I'm trying to look for PhD graduates in a RED+. I'm not saying, Professor Patrick, where are they? Where are those people who can come and help the country? We graduated a number of them. I tried to contact them. They're doing other things, not even related to RED+. So I decided to use the JENOS to do certain things. But we're looking out for students to be able to join these discussions of RED+, especially because we are going into resource-based payments. We shall need a lot of research information to utilize to be able to demonstrate that the data we have and all the things are really authentic, and people have confidence in them. So if you're a student here, please just approach the secretariat, and we give you some things to do, not for free. Because there's some work which you could be involved in. We have a lot of work coming under the GCF. We need some people, even I think we shall get some people to study under that support with some scholarships. Okay, so thank you very much, colleagues. I think let me end there for now. You can just slide there for a few minutes, so that because I've saved some time, right? So that
I would clap for him one more time, colleagues. We would like to thank Xavier for actually appreciating the work done by Bob Kazungu. We thank you for your presentation, which has taken us through the journey of RAID and appreciating application and the reporting of safeguards. Bob has taken us through the status of RAID this far, when he talked about the RAID strategy, the FREL, the RPP, the NFMS, and the RAID frameworks. And this was really comprehensive enough and was detailed enough. He gave us also what is remaining to be done related to integrating RAID activities in the mandates of government of Uganda institution, the proposals for the water management zone, the Albertine and the Choga water management zones, And then he talked about the current development of RAID since 2020, which are quite a number, including, but not limited to, the sale of carbon to Microsoft institutions. He talked about the country approach to Cancun safeguards, and he talked about how Uganda can comply to the Cancun safeguards, and he gave us an outline of the presidency, an outline of the source of CIS, which is available online. He took us through the vision, the overview, and the focus of trees, art trees, including the eligible persons for RAID, for trees. He gave us the summary of the safeguards, how we can unpack them at national and subnational level. He left us with these links for further review and consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not our best ally. I would like to propose that we move into another sessions, another round of presentation by Mr. Mununuzi. I don't know where he has gone. Is he around? Mr. Mununuzi would take us through the plan for conformancy, and thereafter we can ask questions. But in the meantime, since he's not available, I would request a few responses from the, yes, he's now back. Mr. Mununuzi, there is a proposal, considering that we have lost time, that we go through your presentation as well, so that we save some time. And if you are ready, you come forward, you step forward and make that presentation at the same time. Then we address questions that will come through at a later stage. It shows that you are now ready. I therefore now give you the floor to make that presentation, please, Mr. Mununuzi.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's unlikely that I'll take as long as Bob was taken. And the time I will save can be used during the discussions. Nathan Mununuzi is my name, from the Ministry of Water and Environment. For purposes of this presentation, I'm part of the RED Plus Secretariat as a coordinator of safeguards, but I belong to the Department of Environment Sector Support Services, and I'm Senior Environment Officer. Now, we are talking about plan of conformance. I want to first join in from where Bob ended, and I connect the two presentations. To begin with, is that from what Bob presented, he indicated that in the art tree cycle, we are at the level of level 4 under the registration document, and that we have largely filled in the sections on safeguards on those documents, and we are required to equally report on the plan of conformance. So what I want to relate to the previous presentation is that from the 7 Cancun safeguards broken into 16 themes, and each of the themes is reported on the structure process indicators. At the time of submission of the registration documents, we should have proved that we are conforming to the structure and process indicators. I think Bob indicated that. And by structure indicators, we mean we have policies, laws, and regulations in place that confirm that Uganda has the relevant laws that speak to the Cancun safeguards. And we all know that we are never short of these laws in this country. And so in the registration document, we confirm or conform to all these laws and regulations with regard to the safeguards. And then on the process indicator level, we are confirming that we have the required institutions mandated to implement some of these laws and institutions. So at this level, when we are submitting the registration document, we are only required to prove that we conform to the structure and process indicators. And this is reflected in the registration document that we are yet to submit. Now, since we are just getting into actual implementation, we cannot be reporting on outcomes because we have not yet implemented. So we are not required to conform to outcome indicators at this level. That we shall be conforming to these outcome indicators 5 years later. So the plan of conformance is showing a commitment by Uganda that in the next 5 years after submission of the registration document, this is what we are going to put in place, and we shall be reporting on these outcome indicators by providing ABCD. So the plan of conformance that I'm going to share with you, which is still in draft form, is a commitment as required by the ATRIS that this is what we anticipate that in the next 5 years, we will be having this in place. And so it is still open to further input from the stakeholders. Now, this being a capacity building meeting, we are sharing as well as seeking input. So as you will look, as you see, I've put it in there, it is in Excel. It speaks well to the themes, as you are seeing, that Bob has just talked about. Theme A1, which is speaking to safeguard one, which is talking about consistency with national programs and international conventions. So A1 is on consistency with the objectives of the National Forest projects. And the indicator description is that when we are designing and implementing REDD+ actions, we have to be consistent with or complement with the objectives of the national and, if applicable, subnational forest policies and programs. Now, at this level, whatever we are seeing under thematic theme, that is already given in the guiding document. Even the description is given in the guiding documents. What we are doing under this plan of conformance is to come up with as a basis for measuring and reporting, and then we'll prove that we have conformed. I hope at this level we are at the same pace. So when it comes to conformance or consistency with the national objectives of national forest programs, we have looked at some of the priorities, and one of them is that is about the number of forest management plans designed and implemented. It is within our current framework that we develop these management plans. And under this, we are committing that in the process of designing and implementing forest management plans, we shall incorporate REDD+ principles and objectives as one of the actions that we shall be reporting on 5 years later. So it means that any forest management plans that we are going to develop there must be clear actions that speak to RED Plus principles. And so it means that at that time of reporting, where we expecting to be conforming to the outcome indicators, we shall be giving reports on plus actions. So that is one of the commitments we are putting here. And we have been guided and advised that we should only commit to what we are able to achieve. We shouldn't be so ambitious that at some point when they ask us where are these reports you said you'll be having, don't say, we thought we would have them, but we don't have, which should be something that is within our means. So the second action is that plan, hold, and participate in agriculture, forestry, and other land use, multi-stakeholder meetings and engagements, and advanced forestry and RED Plus agenda. So when it comes to some fora where people are discussing about agriculture, forestry, and other land use, we should be having representation from RED Plus Secretariat that actually speaks to input of these principles in whatever they do. Now, the second parameter under this is consistency of the forest investment plans with objectives of the national forest policies and programs. So still we shall be looking at reports on the forest investment plan and see how they are speaking to the national forest objectives. Then the other parameter is that RED Plus or climate change policies or actions are considered in the national development plan. You are all aware that we've just concluded the NDP4. And so at that point, we are going to look at what is in the national development plan that speaks to interventions or actions that are related to climate change or RED Plus. And then the other parameter is that the number of complementary platforms dealing in climate change and other carbon trade organs where RED Plus is represented. Like we have the National Climate Change Advisory Committee. It is expected that that committee, when discussing issues of climate change, they should be talking about RED Plus related interventions and any other relevant platforms. So we'll be looking at the membership of some of these platforms. If we see whether the national RED Plus focal person is represented or is a member of the committee, and if on the agenda of the meetings, there are discussions related to RED Plus. I think in some of the previous engagements we had, there was a concern. I think we were discussing the draft monitoring report, and some people were saying we should expand the scope of the National Climate Change Advisory Committee to include RED Plus membership and agenda items. So it is expected that we shall have those reflected and reported on at that level. So that is thematic area A1, which is talking about the national objectives. And then A2, can we scroll down? A2, which is on consistency with the objectives of relevant international conventions and agreements, requires that under the description, it is that the design and implementation of RED Plus actions have been consistent with or are complemented with the objectives of identified, ratified, and relevant international conventions and agreements. This largely speaks to such conventions as UNFCCC, CBD, even Ramsar, among others. So the parameters identified here one is that reports to relevant international conventions include relevant information on RED Plus implementation. So whatever we shall be writing to UNFCCC, there must be evidence that we are reporting on interventions related to RED Plus. And so those reports shall be used to confirm that we are complying with this thematic area. And then the other parameter is that number of institutional meetings conducted to link RED Plus objectives with key country agenda related to relevant international conventions. We know that a number of conventions are coordinated by different institutions of government. Now, we need to see coordination among the different institutions and to see that whatever they discuss within their frameworks, they have discussions related to REDD+. And so we expect that there will be documentary evidence of collaboration of the different entities that are coordinating these different conventions. So that is what we have committed under A2. Then when it comes to B, which is the second safeguard that talks about transparency and accountability and with regard to forest governance, we have B1, which is respect, protect, and fulfill the right of access to information. That people have a right to access information. And the description of this outcome indicator is that the public has been aware of and exercised the right to seek and receive official information on REDD+ actions, as well as on how safeguards have been addressed. So the actions that have been, the parameters that have been identified, one is that the number of information requests related to REDD+ received and answered in hotline, MWE website, including, if possible, type of information requested or accessed, and types of stakeholders making the requests. So we did communicate in the safeguards information system that we have a hotline where we receive information from the public, or where the public requests for information, and then also the website and other forums where people can access information. So we will be reporting on the number of requests that we've received, or people who have come in to express interest in REDD+ related information. That is as a way of addressing this safeguard requirement. So document evidence of public awareness and the existence of the rights to seek and receive official information on REDD+ actions, as well as how safeguards have been addressed and respected. We shall be reporting that in the next 5 years. Then the other parameter is that the number of information, education, and communication materials produced and disseminated to stakeholders. So when we have these materials, we shall also use them to confirm that we have addressed this. And then the number of information sharing events conducted to inform about REDD+ actions, design, and implementation, including types of participants and details on information. Recently, we were discussing the proposal preparation that Bob talked about under FAO, and they were telling us, can you provide evidence that you shared the information during the REDD+ readiness phase? So we are now going to the archive to retrieve all the information. Now, when we have a capacity building session like this one, in the next 5 years, we shall be reporting that we shared information with you on REDD+. So we have to keep all this record of the evidence that we have done this in the past. So under this, we have to document the number of participants, that is e.g. gender considerations, committee members, vulnerable groups, attending information sessions or workshops related to REDD+ actions, capture and report on stakeholders, input and considerations during the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So it means that even when we are developing proposals, we should prove that we share the information with the stakeholders. When we continue to B2, you've already been told B was divided into 4. It is on promoting transparency and prevention of corruption, including the promotion of anti-corruption measures. Yeah, this safeguard requirement of Cancun talks about these issues of governance, which include corruption prevention. So the description is that the distribution of REDD+ benefits related to the implementation of REDD+ results-based actions have been carried out in a fair, transparent, and accountable manner as per relevant ratified international conventions and domestic, and if applicable, subnational legal framework. So the benefit sharing arrangements must be seen to be transparent, and they should be free of corruption. So the parameters therein, one is that percentage of stakeholders, including local communities and indigenous peoples and marginalized groups, are involved in decision-making processes related to REDD+ benefit sharing, benefit distribution. So how we are involving the people in determining the distribution of benefits will be one of the issues to be assessed. And the action will be that participation and inclusion statistics of participatory decision-making processes and compliance with strategy and plans include REDD+ benefit distribution. So that is one of the commitments we are making. Then number of publicly available information on benefit sharing mechanisms published and accessed through online platforms and public meetings. And here we shall have to prepare and publish information on benefit sharing mechanisms reflecting equity in distribution of REDD+ benefits among different stakeholder groups. Colleagues, you will guide me in case you feel that some of this we are overcommitting, we can tone down a bit, because some of these become a bit controversial when it comes to reporting. Say, how did you distribute the benefits? More so when the benefits are not enough for all. And on accountability, the parameter is accountability in management of REDD+ benefits in place for addressing grievances or disputes related to benefit sharing. So this speaks to the grievance redress mechanisms, whereby in case there are those who are aggrieved, they know where to go and their issues are addressed. So we shall be looking at the percentage of grievances received related to REDD+ benefit sharing mechanisms and how they have been addressed and whether they've been addressed in time, and we track any resolution mechanisms that have been made. So that is to do with the transparency and prevention of corruption. And then Bill 3, which is on respect, protection, and fulfillment of land tenure rights. Another hot one. Under this, stakeholders had access to use of and control over land and resources in line with relevant ratified international conventions and other national. So access to land and also resource access is key in this. So the parameters that have been identified, one is that the number of stakeholders with information on access and resource rights associated with different land tenure systems. The people know their access rights to resources and they have right over land. So this is what we shall be looking at. And the action is we shall have to enhance information on access and resource rights with different types of land tenure, giving details of number of updates or additional information publicly available and easily accessible to indigenous peoples and local communities. I know there is a thematic area on indigenous persons, but some of these thematic areas cut across. You find that when you're talking about stakeholder engagement, there will be emphasis on indigenous peoples. Now, when it comes to land rights, we're also seeing indigenous peoples coming there. So as we talk of access rights to all, there's also that lens that looks at the vulnerable people having their rights respected. Then the other parameter is number of land stock resource use decisions that followed free, prior, informed consent protocols demonstrated within REDD+ areas. And here we shall ensure that FPIC demonstrated in REDD+ areas to ensure no involuntary relocation of intentions such as consent agreements and or stakeholder consultation reports. Here we are careful not to talk about the resettlement action plans because we don't anticipate interventions that will lead to relocation of people, but at least where they're using their own land, then they should be signing consent agreements. And then the other one still under land rights is that number of relevant stakeholders with legal documentation or formal recognition of access to or control over land. We recognize that people with the legal right or legal access have that additional right that they have on their land. And so which this shall be through the assessment of the extent to which access to or control or and the resources is secured and documented through tenure, assessment, and agreements. So I will continue whether I'm being recorded or not. Before, it's on respect, protect, and fulfill access to justice. And this is mainly to do with dispute resolution. This mainly talks about existence of mechanisms through which people are free to raise their complaints where their rights have been violated. And then there are mechanisms through which this can be resolved. So the parameters, one is that number of grievances received, processed, and resolved in REDD+ intervention areas. This is what we shall, one of the parameters that have been identified. And under this, we shall be looking at reports shared on REDD+ related grievances compiled, including data on resolution rate and timelines of resolving issues. And then the other parameter is on effectiveness of grievance redress mechanisms with the clear procedures for grievance handling and referral mechanisms. Of course, many times we talk about existence of mechanisms, but also we need to look at how effective they are in resolving grievances. So we shall be assessing their performance, and this shall be through the development of manual on grievance handling and creating awareness on the existence of the mechanism. We move to C, which is on indigenous persons and the local communities. We call them IPLCs. And one is on identification of indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent. So wherever we are going to have interventions and they are indigenous persons, we must identify who they are in that particular location. And it has to be well documented. So the parameter under this is that REDD+ activities that contribute to conservation of cultural and natural heritage sites are documented. Sorry, it's up. Percentage of REDD+ project areas with completed and verified stakeholder mapping, including identification of relevant indigenous persons and local communities. So under this, we shall have to ensure that accurate identification and mapping of indigenous persons and local communities affected by REDD+ actions is undertaken. Then the other parameter is that percentage of REDD+ projects that have conducted participatory design and implementation, including FPIC consultations with indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent. So under this, we shall ensure that these people participate in the design and decision-making processes of REDD+ actions verified through meeting minutes, consent forms, and participation statistics and joint implementation of activities. Bob overemphasized the issue of indigenous persons in our interventions. Actually, right now there is a complaint from the Batwa about one of the projects implemented at the ministry. And this afternoon around, I will be excusing myself from this meeting. We have a meeting with the Batwa representatives and the World Bank. They are saying they were not consulted when we are developing the project, and they are not on the steering committee of this project. So we have to prove that we consulted them and that we were very much aware that they do exist in the project area, and also explain why we don't have them on the steering committee. So it is very serious. So we are equally going to make commitment on this, and even the representatives of the indigenous persons in this meeting, it is not a mistake that you are here. It's because we are aware that it have to explain why. Under this, the second thematic area under Safeguard C is respecting and protecting the traditional knowledge of the indigenous person. So traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and all communities or equivalent has been respected and protected in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So under this, the parameter is that REDD+ actions that contribute to conservation of cultural and natural heritage sites are documented, mapped, and respected. And this we shall also be looking at the percentage of REDD+ projects that have mechanisms in place to ensure that conservation of cultural and heritage sites has been undertaken. And this shall be through ensuring that conservation of cultural and the natural heritage sites is included in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So when we are developing projects, we must ensure that we have these people and they have their traditional knowledge. It has to be documented in the relevant documents. Then the third thematic area under this is respect, protect, and fulfill rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. So under this, the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent have been identified and respected, protected, and fulfilled in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. One of the parameters is that the percentage of REDD+ projects that have conducted and completed the rights assessment, including reviewing of land tenure, access to resources, and cultural rights of IPLCs. So through this, we will have to generate reports on the rights of indigenous persons identified, documented, and incorporated in the design of REDD+ actions. And then the other parameter will be on actions during the implementation. So at design level, we have to design their rights, but also at implementation, there have to be reports that we are actually implementing the rights, or the rights of these people are being respected at the implementation stage of the REDD+ actions. Now we move to safeguard D, which is on stakeholder engagement. And D1 is respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of relevant stakeholders to participate fully and effectively in the design and implementation of REDD+. And the description under this is that relevant stakeholders have participated fully, effectively, and timely in design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So we shall be looking at the number of stakeholders, including indigenous peoples, local communities, and other affected groups, fully involved in the design phase of REDD+ actions. And this will be looked at through reports on stakeholders with identified stakeholders participating, tracked through participation logs, meeting records, and feedback forms. So, like I've indicated, we are equally looking for who was consulted or which stakeholders participated in the results period that we are basing on to get the payments. And so we are going back to 2015 to 17, and we have been looking into the archives. So here we have to document who was consulted at the time of preparation of or design of any REDD+ related projects. And the other parameter still under the same theme is percentage of REDD+ projects with ongoing stakeholder involvement in decision-making during implementation phase of REDD+ actions. So we will have to look at reports of project governance bodies, consultative meetings, and implementation reports. Now, under this, sometimes it is easier to report on the numbers by gender. We are going a further step by looking at what is the involvement of the different stakeholders on the governance structures to ensure that we have decision-making done by the different categories of people. So it is not only talking about numbers, but also when we look at governance of these stakeholder for how involved are the different categories. Still under the same, we are talking about number of capacity building sessions for indigenous persons, local communities, as part of the implementation of REDD+ actions. So here we shall be looking at capacity building reports. When we move to, and we're supposed to be on safeguard E, oh, I skipped D2. Can we move to safeguard E? because D2 is also on stakeholder engagement. D2, E is on non-conversion of forests, natural forests, and other natural ecosystems. The description is REDD+ actions were designed and implemented, avoiding the conversion of natural forests and other natural ecosystems to plantations or other land uses. And this shall be the parameters here to do with the spatial change in the area of natural forest area. And this shall be through production of maps that show the area covered under natural forests. Then the other one is on spatial change in area of natural ecosystems. That is different from the natural forests in the REDD+ implementation area. And this shall also be through production of maps on natural ecosystems. And the third one is on spatial change in area of natural forests with a spatial distribution of REDD+ interventions. This also shall be through reports of spatial distribution of REDD+ interventions. When we move to E2, which is on biodiversity, that is protect natural forests, biological diversity, and ecosystem services. The description is REDD+ actions have promoted the protection of natural forests and other natural ecosystem areas by biodiversity and ecosystem services. And under the parameters, we are looking at area of intact natural forests protected from conversion to other land uses. And this shall be through by looking at the land use stock land cover maps showing natural forest cover. And then on biodiversity, the parameter is biodiversity conservation area, both within and outside protected area. And this shall be through biodiversity reports showing key biodiversity areas and diversity of species, including list of species listed as at risk. And then we shall be looking at the state of environment reports to look at the ecosystem services prioritized for implementation of REDD+ interventions. And lastly is theme E, enhancement of social and environmental benefits. This one, the description is that REDD+ actions have contributed to enhancing social and environmental benefits. So the parameters, one is listed social and environmental benefits, which shall be confirmed through the preparation of beneficiary lists, disaggregated by type of social and environmental benefits, and then the number of women, men, indigenous persons living below the national poverty line before and after REDD+ interventions. We shall be looking at the poverty index reports. And lastly, on area under sustainable land use, we shall be looking at land use reports. That's the end of my presentation. You take note that we have two safeguards that are not mentioned under this. That is actions that reduce the risk of displacement. Actions that the risk of reversals. From the guiding document, we don't have output indicators for these. So we are not required to report on those. That's why we are ending at biodiversity. I think that is it. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Mununuzi, and I think he deserves another wrap. When he said that he will not actually spend much time, referring to Bob that he had spent a lot of time. And when he started presenting, I doubted him to the extent that I will no longer believe in what grey mustached people say. Nonetheless, we thank him for the presentation that he has made. It has been so brief. Well, this presentation has been presented in different fora, in different stakeholder groups for consultation purposes. And as it has been presented here, it is work in progress. We actually need input from you. We need your contribution. Much as you contributed much earlier, we shall need again your contributions as well to make it a final piece of material that can be presented as our compliance plan. Time for questions has come. Do you have questions pertaining to the presentation made by Bob and the presentation submitted by Mr. Munonozi? As you plan your your questions, please, Mr. Moses, whoever Moses is requested to get back to the registration table briefly to sort out something. Mr. Moses who? I don't know. If there is any Moses, you should get back to the registration desk to sort out some registration issues. So, time for questions. I think we will go by rows or columns. We will start by this column. If they are, let's start with the ladies. It is only humble. No, ladies first.
Thank you, Mr. Bob and Mr. Munonozi, for the great presentation. And I believe we are all learning. This is a capacity building and we want to learn more from the experts. When you are presenting the plan, there is something I didn't see which may affect our intervention. That is interventions to manage the disasters that are emerging recent. For example, the wildfires, the mudslides, the floods. Are there interventions you plan to do under that? Then there is also another thing which is emerging in communities, the issue of invasive species, whereby communities will encroach at one time these forest areas and then disperse invasive species in these areas. What interventions are you planning to undertake there to see that these ecosystems are protected and also their integrity? Again, you said you don't have interventions to do with the resettlement of people, but there are areas where people have encroached on formerly forested areas and you need to see them vacate. What interventions are you going to do? Are we going to see you working with Ministry of Lands to see that they are vacated from those areas? Then I had an issue on the feedback and grievance redress mechanism. To my thinking, these indigenous people have been given a lot of power in that they can really report to the donors. What controls have you made to see that you are the first receivers of these grievances, and then you have that other level of escalation to now these donors in case it's really needed or you can handle with the different implementing partners? And again, I saw on your website, yes, it has a toll-free line, but you see these communities are in remote areas, some even may not have phones. What other channels are you putting in place? I see also you have the grievance redress committees, But are there other channels they can go through to report to you in case they are aggrieved, such that these grievances don't mature into conflicts? Yes, at what point do you review your environment and social management frameworks? Because certain things change over time. So do you have a time frame where you review the safeguard related risks? Are they still relevant? And then also the mitigation measures you proposed in that area. Then from the presentation of Mr. Bob, there's something I needed to see. Those major or critical safeguard related risks that he thinks may really affect the program from achieving the intended purpose. Are there those you saw during the screening and then the mitigation measures you proposed? Thank you.
My name is Mando David, and I come from the stateless, indigenous, and historical inhabitants of the Bennett community. And on behalf of the indigenous people, especially in Elgon, the Masobi Shekora, the Bennets, we have the Patwa, the Ik, Tepes, the Basongora, Banyabindi, what a few Maragoli, and many others. And did you know we are all indigenous, but there are other extremes that qualifies the other group to be a little bit ahead. We are glad that we've been engaged in these decision-making processes and giving the input. Please, we are not complaining. And we will carry on and look forward for productive results. And after Kagadi, we've carried out quite many engagements with the other civil society organizations, the CPOs, women, the youth, the men, and good work of restoration is going on, following different approaches. When this is measured, I am sure it can do a very job. But just this is to reaffirm we are longer is working out for our good, no problem. Number two, what then do we do if free, prior, and informed consent has not been reflected and adhered or implemented by the government of Uganda? For the case of Bennets, we were evicted from Mount Elgon Forest, our habitat, our home, without free knowledge, without any compensation, without our consent, and that has kept things hanging up. Last time we were discussing with the UNESCO, and one of my colleagues who heads Bennett Musob Community Association has gone ahead, and UNESCO may not be able to take over Mount Elgon as a manner and biosphere reserve because of these issues of compliance by government. It's a serious issue that the power we have now, even when we see that Geneva or in France or wherever, we can challenge certain things. May we help the line stakeholders in particular ministries, departments, and agencies to explain whether FPIC will be revisited to work for the people, or we forget about it, start from where we are with what we have and carry on. It's very small things on resettlement. Can the government assent to that? I am sure and confident to report to you in this meeting over the last 2 weeks. We've been able to reopen boundaries in Mount Elgon, and we now have a clear demarcation between Uganda Wildlife Authority and the community. We hope going forward, there will not be complaints of cutting crops and other rights violation. Finally, you know, when you want to investigate whether the Karamojongs are really indigenous and how many are they, you come on board. Like I said, the Bennets are stateless. We are not anywhere. enshrined in the article in Schedule 3 of the Ugandan Constitution. We've pushed on an advocacy. We were coded 582, but our statistics is not even known. We may have to request for alternative national census by Uganda Bureau of Statistics, particularly for the indigenous people, so that even as you list and mention them, get to know their numbers. Get to know their numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Keep in line with that row. Any questions? Shall we move then now to this row? Any questions from Mr. Kavuma's row? Or any contribution? Then we move to this one. I can see the lady from Nafori, this gentleman from EcoTrust.
Thank you, moderator. My question is simple. I think in addition to what one of the ladies asked, how will these safeguards handle some of the reactive directives from government? So, for example, the Bugoma issue, give some of it for sugarcane plantation. We've seen some forest reserves being allocated for industrial development, etc. So how is this going to be handled? Because it will affect, first of all, achieving the end goals that you have planned. And yet your government as well, but we have to put some measures in place. Thank you.
EcoTrust.
Okay, thank you so much, Augusta. My first point is about permanence. I'm looking at the complexities of navigating permanence. I want to understand national parks are part of the RED program. I stand to be corrected. If so, a lot of destruction, especially fires, how do we intend to ensure that permanence is maintained with respect to national parks in particular? And then secondly, is you mentioned about nested projects. And the question is, how do we intend, how shall we ensure that these nested projects are within the framework? I mean, you talk about the VVDs and the third-party verifications. How shall we ensure that these nested projects are accounted for within this process? Thank you.
The gentleman didn't have an opportunity to introduce himself. So you introduce yourself first and then ask your questions.
Thank you. Gracious Mijumbi is my name. I'm Senior Forest Officer Luero with the Luero District Government. I've been trying to follow up with the presentations, and accordingly, maybe what I've learned, these safeguards are meant to enhance national forestry development programs. And if I'm right, there is where Bob presented that there's going to be integration of the arts trees, well, it safeguards into district development plans at some point in the future. I'm trying to look at this, asking myself, who is the focal point person for office at this point? In regard to our structures and processes or frameworks related to forestry, when you look at the DFS, the District Forestry Services, I think they are more or less like the representative of the indigenous communities. What he has been stating, they've been left aside or not so much into the national, considered into the national development plans. When you look at the district forestry services, and we're talking of RED being accessed or accessible to everybody at that level, and also landscape, you find you are 2 or 3 in a district, you may be 2 forestry staff sub-counties. Now, if we compared that one with agriculture extension, you'll find there is an agriculture extension officer per sub-county. Now, if we are to look at the human resource matching in line with RED plus implementation, you find that we are making good plans, all right, but how are we going to implement the RED plus activities and safeguards? Not only just planning, but you may have a good plan, but who puts it into action? And when we relate that one, we find a very lean staff at the DFS, which has not been probably considered in the program of activities and actions. The other one I want to talk about is in each district, at least there are resources that, or natural resources that people look at, and they are getting much more depleted. If I talk of an example where I come from, that is Luwero, you find that there are certain tree species that have been harassed or have been overexploited over time, from maybe due to charcoal demands or timber demands. There are quite a number of indigenous species that the current population cannot see. And yet in the past 15, 20 years, they used to be existing. If I take an example, you find the good species that used to produce charcoal, they are not there. Good species that used to produce maybe medicinal plants, they are not there. And right now, there is also a very serious demand on the Mugavu, the Albizia coriaria. It's being worked out. Find a small truck of firewood of Albizia costing much more, twice as much as a truck full of timber. What does that mean? Now, in the planning of the RED plus, I had not realized much emphasis on or special incentive for the restoration of the indigenous species, the Muvule, the Mugavu, and others. The other one also is about national respect for gazetted forest lands or reserves. You find in many districts, there are problems or issues of land grabbing on the forest reserves. And some of us have fallen victim to harassment and many other bad, acts, simply because of the politicians or the political intervention that is at the time. You may find a mayor of a town, he says, no, this reserve must be developed into more housing or more industrial parks or whatever for the town. That is the kind of thinking they have. But I'm looking at this planning of the RED safeguards, putting up better action for people, including politicians, to respect the national gazetted forest estate, and if not, to increase it. What are the plans here in this RED plus to increase on the forest estate, the national forest estate, other than reducing it? Thank you.
Thank you. There were no questions, Hamba, and now you are putting up your hand. We have this gentleman here, and you will go to Hamba next.
Thank you for the presentation. My question go to Mr. Bob Kazungu. I just need to know how best can we establish institutional arrangements? Because putting it into consideration that it's one of the requirements the countries have to comply to when applying safeguards, and also, what are the plans for the development of the safeguard information system? Thank you very much.
In Hamba?
Yes, thank you so much. My request goes to Nathan when he was talking about 7 safeguards. I think he rightly expressed that we don't have indicators on reversals, but I think just basically for building the capacity of the listeners and those who are doing problem research, would you just comment a little bit about either the missed opportunities or the missed opportunities if we don't have indicators on this, because we don't have to report on it, but probably by learning from examples of other actors, different country chapters, what would we miss? What would be missed if we didn't have these indicators? Thank you.
So we can have either Nathan or Bob respond. These are quite informative questions. We ask either Bob or Nathan to begin. Maybe Nathan is ready. You can have the microphone.
You want me to stand here again? Okay. I'm a pastor. I'm used to standing in such. I thank you for the comments, and some are inputs into the draft. But I want first of all to point out that when we talk of safeguards and any actions in that line, we look at any actions that are to prevent harm to the environment or to human beings arising from your own interventions. So some of these challenges we are facing, but if not contributed by our proposed interventions, so say if it's a RED+ project, and it is not that project that is leading to floods or fires, then you may not really commit in the plan of conformance that this is what we shall do. So this speaks to the question of how are we going to manage disasters, floods, and fires. So it would be that in case there are interventions that will definitely speak to such disasters, then we have to put interventions in a project, but not necessarily safeguards interventions. And this equally speaks to invasive species, and that could arise out of people who have maybe encroached and destroyed, and then as they are moving out, there are what? Invasive species that could arise. This equally speaks to those other aspects that we talked about that are not part of the outcome indicators, that is on the risk of reversals and reducing displacement. But like I've said, we talk about interventions or any interventions that are arising out of what you will be doing therein than any external factors that may be outside any kind of project that is being proposed. And there was also the issue of resettlement of people. Why and we are not talking about resettlement of people, and yet we do anticipate that there could be issues of people who encroached on forest reserves and they need to be moved out. depending on the circumstances, we do not, under normal circumstances, resettle people who are encroached. People don't ask for compensation or resettlement. Under normal circumstances, we evict them. But that is not a language that donors will want to hear, that you're going to evict people when you are coming to implement a project. And this has always been a controversial area. We have a project on wetland restoration that has been faced with a similar challenge where they say, you are evicting people. Now for us, we say, no, we don't evict. We talk to them, they voluntarily leave. But there are some exceptions who will never leave. So in so doing, we don't talk about resettlement, and we don't anticipate that within any of our interventions, we will be having resettlements undertaken. But like Bob indicated in the report, in the presentation, one of the safeguards documents we prepared at the readiness phase included the resettlement action plan. That where it is a must that we have to resettle people, then it has to be used. But under normal circumstances, we may not do so in our interventions. Concerning feedback grievance redress mechanisms, how do we prevent indigenous persons from reporting to the donors, and which definitely is a tedious process and they can speak negatively to the projects. Whenever we have projects running, we customize the grievance redress mechanisms to the projects. And we even give options of where people can go to raise their issues. But you know, reporting to a grievance redress committee is not a must. There are people in this country who feel like they don't trust our systems. They are comfortable reporting to the donors. And there are people who have also made it, it's like part of their day-to-day work. These people are doing this, they write. So even when you have a mechanism in place, people still have a right to report wherever they feel like. But what we always do in grievance redress mechanisms is to put up a system that people will be confident in reporting their issues to, and in case they are not satisfied, we can't do much. It is now something that has come our way that we will not avoid it, however much we wish to. But we try to, it is always a must that we try to put in place a system that people should be confident in and can fully report their issues to. The toll-free lines, some people don't have phones. What are the mechanisms we have for communities, local communities? Yes, where we have a grievance redress mechanism, one of the principles is accessibility, that it must be a good and functional grievance redress mechanism, should be accessible to the lowest person, the most vulnerable, who cannot read, who cannot make a phone call, who not afford transportation. So we recommend that committees start from the lowest level, where someone would just walk to the chairperson, or someone within the locality is free to express him or herself in the local language. There's no requirement of writing an email and so on. So that is one of the ways. So the toll-free lines are used for those who cannot, either they don't have confidence in the lower level committees, or they feel like they need to talk to someone above and be listened to at that level. So it is just one of the avenues, but it doesn't take away the other systems. And we always have a referral system that you go to the lowest level. If you're not satisfied, you can report to the next level. But also if they cannot handle they can refer the matters to the next level for handling before the ESMFs documents that were prepared some years back. And one thing we need to note is that those are framework documents. That is like pronouncements by government that we have done ABCD. But if we get to the actual project developments, like the one we are having for FAO, we are going to prepare an ESMF specific to that project, but informed by the framework. The same applies to the grievance redress mechanism. The same applies to strategic social and environmental assessments. So those documents remain as frameworks, but we customize them given the respective projects that are to be developed, including even the indigenous people's planning frameworks. If FPIC has not been implemented or adhered to, where do people go? This is another challenge we're already living with. And I still must say that we are talking about if FPIC in reference to whatever interventions we are going to come up with in the REDD+ project developments. So I understand we have challenges of historical, we call it what? It is historical, I'm forgetting the other name, where there is that displacement that was taken, that took place some time back, historical injustice. Yes. And I think it is equally the same issue that we are facing with the Batwa under the IFPA-CD project. They keep asking, we were displaced from our land. You are coming, you are talking about this project, you are not talking about this. Now, when we are talking about these interventions, I think our scope may not go into what was unfairly done to some people, but we avoid repeating the same mistake. We have had this discussion, and it is part of the discussion we are having this afternoon, that when a project starts in 2022, and you are asking about what was done in 1960s, it becomes difficult for those issues to be addressed in a new project when actually some political decisions were taken some time back. So the FPIC we are talking about is going to speak to what we are going to develop in the forthcoming periods. So the historical injustice may not be really something that we can handle under any interventions that may be coming in. I'm going to leave the hard ones to Bob. I'm not saying that the ones I've answered are not hard, they're also hard, but can government comment on resettlement? Yes, government can comment on resettlement. And I think one of the issues that we have been having is we know that people have a right to land and have a right to access resources. And where you are coming to undertake an intervention, you have to compensate or to relocate or to resettle people. But in our field, it is a very unpopular thing because most of the resettlements that we may be talking about are to do with illegal occupancy, where someone has come and settled in a national park. We don't talk about compensation for such cases. But usually the donors insist that even if the laws were saying that these people do not own these areas, you shouldn't have allowed them to settle there. They keep asking, where were you when they were coming? And that's when we begin talking about either reinstating their livelihoods that they are going to lose if at all they are to be displaced. How will safeguards handle the reactive directives? Yeah, we are talking of prevention of destruction of natural forests, but there is someone in the Bugoma who has encroached on the forest. I regard this as one of the hard ones for Bob to handle. because it is challenging anyway. You talk in one area and then you're seeing the same government is doing the reverse. So are we going to guard against all these in the period to come? Permanence of national parks, are they part of REDD+? Yes, they are. And then the issue of the fires, I'm still referring this to interventions, impacts that are rising out of our interventions and not any other natural occurrences or issues that are occurring by actions of other people. I will still request Bob to talk about the risk of reversals. What risk are we having if we don't have indicators? But what I said is that in the guiding documents, we don't have, or we are not supposed to develop outcome indicators on the risk of reversals. But the details of what these risk of reversals refer to, let me reserve that for Bob, because if I answer all these, we'll have very little to answer. Thank you.
Sorry, don't go. We have a question that is online, and where is that question? From Adrian Kirabo. That one. Thank you for organizing this important workshop. What is not clear for me, what is not clear, this is specific. Please help us answer.
The question is, okay, they are saying thank you for organizing this important workshop. What is not clear from the presentation by Nathan is how are the IPLCs, especially women, accessing forests, are protected from dangers and in brackets, privacy issues that come from the use of automated data collection and monitoring tools, e.g. drones and remote cameras. This has not come out clearly. My understanding as if she's saying that women need their privacy issues when they are in the forest. So stop using drones and what? Fellow women, you can help me answer this. So we should not use drones in the forests. They need their privacy while in the forest. Yeah, we shall take care of this under stakeholder engagement, maybe to ensure that, to take note that there are privacy issues.
Okay, I think the question from Adrian was not elaborate enough. It should have maybe been paraphrased in a different language. May I request Bob to come and answer the questions? Those questions which are specifically for you, but even the ones that have been left behind by none other than Nathan Mununuzi. Bob.
See, when you're working in government, you must have evidence. That's why you see me carrying this laptop here. So that you don't misquote me when I read a clause in the law.
the encroacher to that effect? Thank you. I should repeat, in 1926, by 26th of February, 1926, the indigenous communities were already occupying their lands in the mountains. In 1993, Uganda Wildlife Authority takes over the protected areas and many laws comes in. If you say us indigenous people are encroachers, I was the first bona fide person who we get confused. Mr. Pope, will you tell us who is the encroacher to that effect? Thank you very much.
I'll deal with that one last because it's a very easy question to deal with. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, colleagues. There've been a lot of questions and comments that have been asked. My colleague Nathan has attempted to respond to a number of them. Let me try to look out for what I think he didn't touch, but also there are things that I need to make very clear. First, REDD+, when you look at it and unpack it very well, goes way beyond forestry. When I talk about reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, and when we are tempted to tackle the drivers for deforestation and forest degradation, we realized actually that most of these drivers are falling outside forestry implementation. And when you look at the REDD+ strategy and action plan, and you look at the options, we have 8 options, strategic options. The first one is on climate smart agriculture implementation. Because one of the key drivers for deforestation was opening up land for agriculture, expansion of agriculture. And so we need to tackle that. In the event that we don't have, people shouldn't, we want to prevent and ensure people don't encroach on the forested land for purposes of agricultural production, then we need to have interventions that will enable them not to actually go for the forest. And one of them was the climate smart agriculture. And when we unpacked it, it also brought in other things beyond just the crop production and the way you do crop production in a manner that reduces on emissions, right? What people famously want to call climate smart agriculture. So what point am I trying to make? That when you're looking at REDD+, I just want to kindly request you to look at it a little bit outside the box, not just within the frame of forestry management. There was a question of whether national parks are part of REDD+. Yes, REDD+ activities include those that reduce emissions from deforestation, those that reduce degradation, those that ensure sustainable forest management, those that ensure conservation of forests, and those that ensure enhancement of what we call carbon stocks. So sustainable forest management, when you unpack it, it has a lot of things. How do you take care of a forest in a manner which will reduce emissions? And there are many things that we can talk about there. When you're looking at conservation of forests, how do you, for example, ensure that a forest of the like of Mavira is not touched to an extent of leading to negative both environmental and human effects? So, and there are many interventions in line with that. When you look at enhancement of carbon stocks, it could be you doing restoration interventions, allowing for enrichment planting to happen, allowing for regeneration to happen, for example, but also planting trees where you need to plant or where you ought to plant, maybe where they weren't before. So that is enhancement of stocks. And the stocks we're talking about here are carbon stocks because trees sink carbon, and what you see making up the tree is actually carbon. So enhancement of carbon stocks, you know. And every time a tree grows, there's something is sunk in there. So the carbon dioxide from that atmosphere has been sunk into something solid called a tree. I mean, you know, the trunk and other parts of the tree. Just those are the basics. And I don't want us to go away from the basics. So when we are conserving forests, like under the national parks and wildlife reserves, it can be part of REDD+. With some caution though, if we went into some details. There was a question that was asked about resettlements and those kind of things. During the time of the readiness phase, when we're preparing our environment and social management framework, and also the SESA, the strategic environment and social assessment report. One of the things issues actually that we identified that need to be tackled, and most of which is outside the framework of REDD+ implementation, was issues of land tenure and issues of resettlements, two major issues. But we also observed that the resettlements have been taken care of in the Land Act, within our land policy and also the Land Act. The issue of resettlement has been, and compensations have been taken care of. People are being compensated in areas for oil exploration, for example. It has been taken care of, but not much work has been done. And based on the reasons of why people settle into the forests and whether they should be compensated or not. Now back to the issue of the indigenous peoples. I thought I would do it last, but I think it fits in very well at this point in time. There is no doubt that in some of those locations, we had those indigenous persons in those estates. No doubt. This conversation has been had and this discussion for a very long time. But there are also some studies that indicate otherwise. So I think for me, it's an issue of getting a win-win situation for both government and indigenous peoples. Otherwise, we shall continue arguing for forever. We had a project by Face the Future in the Mount Elgon area. And it was Mount Elgon and Chivale National Parks. And it is now only in Chibale, because in Mount Elgon, the issue of evictions and all these things was raised by the indigenous peoples there, and because we couldn't get a good solution, the buyers of these carbon credits didn't want to continue being in that confusion, because nobody wants to sell credits where people are complaining, which are accruing from an area where there are complaints, and especially where indigenous peoples are involved. So they just moved out. So this is how important it is for us as REDD+ to implement our indigenous peoples planning frameworks and the indigenous peoples planning, plans that we have, already under the REDD+ framework. In other words, if there is a project in the Mount Elgon area where the Benets are involved, there is already a framework for us to engage with the Benets to deal with the issues that would otherwise have risen. We are prepared ourselves already for that. And I know that you have not yet had a project there, a pure REDD project in that area. But when it comes in there, I know there are people who are trying, like the Aid Environment. I think they're working with you somewhere. Aid Environment, and I know now Space for Giants, I think is also coming within that location. I think it might touch a little bit to the Ike, Tepeth, and possibly some, but Benes, they may not go far because they're in Pianupe and beyond. But I want to tell you that the frameworks exist and they have to utilize them, because government has prepared the way to engage with indigenous persons. We prepared the risks and the issues involved when you're engaging with local communities and indigenous persons. So we are ready to engage. So when the REDD+ program comes there, I'm very sure that we shall be able to do what we ought to do. The question of risks, I think that was a powerful question that was raised by my sister there, I think, I remember who, but anyway, that have we been able to assess this risk during the time of scope, at the time when we were doing our environment and social management framework? Did we look at these risks? Did we come across them? And yes, we actually listed all the risks against the strategic options within the National REDD+ Strategy and Action Plan. And I can just give you just a few examples. For example, one of the confirmed social risks we identified under the climate smart agriculture was loss of traditional agricultural practices. That's a social risk. Some people are used to doing things differently, and then you're coming up with the climate smart model, manner of doing things. So in terms of social risk, in terms of social aspects, you know, there's a risk for social, either creating some, you know, people not to work together, yet they're used to working together because of the intervention of climate smart agriculture. So it's one of the risks there, but also another is in inequitable participation and benefiting from the technologies of climate smart agriculture, as is confirmed the social risk under that strategic option. And we have several other risks under different strategic options. For example, strategic option number 4 on restoration of natural forests in the landscapes. 2 social risks that we confirmed and identified during that time. One was continued or increased human-wildlife conflicts, and then distortion of social norms and systems. How do they become risks? Because, for example, if you're restoring natural forests, you might, you know, you might do things that might lead to some animals getting to the communities because of a number of things. For example, depending on how you do it, maybe an invasive species could get in because of some attempt in the past to do an intervention. And when an invasive species gets into a national park, for example, we've seen this in most of these national parks, then you are depriving the wild animals of their actual nutritional, grasses and pastures that they used to feed on. So they will attempt now to get out of the park or wildlife reserve to be able to, I've just given that as one example, to be able to access what they think could be found outside the confines of that national park. And of course, the issue of distorting social norms and systems. If there are things you may want to do in a Central Forest Reserve, for example, in terms of restoration, bring in contractors or, you know, things like that. And maybe the communities have been used to participating, but now their participation is reduced in one way or the other. And that can be a risk from a social perspective, changing how people have been doing things over the years, and things like that. Those are just examples. So we did assess anyway, in short, all those different risks, and both social risks and environmental risks pertaining to those options during the implementation. Allow me talk about, there's so many things that we discussed. My colleague from Luwero, the senior colleague here, was bringing the aspect of the district forest services and how they are akin to indigenous communities, and now we want to have this, the DPs having REDD+ strategic options in there, not trees, because trees is just a standard. Maybe I was talking about the REDD+ strategic options and how these can be imbibed within the district development plans during the planning process and moving forward in the coming planning processes. Yes, we have attempted to imbibe them within our national NDP4. So when it comes to the DDPs, it should also be a bit easy. But I want to tell you that, yes, we have other administrative challenges with managing the management of forests in the country, including the district forest services. And we're working on a couple of things. It may be taking us long, but I think we will benefit from this long time that's taken us to get there. For example, we already negotiating with the public service. I know there are still issues. There was a new structure for the district local governments, which again had issues, and we petitioned, but we requested already for staff at the lower local governments because it is only that you can now justify what you have at the district. If you deal with the local governments where we have maybe assistant forest officers or something, then you are able to justify another structure at the district level. And this is, it's not cast in stone. So these are things we keep amending every other time. So this work in progress. Of course, the forest officer will certainly be a focal person for these forestry related things moving forward. And yeah, so I think that's what I can say for now about that. There was the question of certain tree species being overexploited. True, indeed. REDD+ has the issue of restoration of natural forests, and they're very keen to also look at the rangelands areas, for example, where those albizia and others might actually fall, and other species, the combretums and the like for charcoal. But one thing I want to tell you that all this depends a lot on how efficient the planning is also at the level of this local, but also do we have information to the effect that we know what we need, what we should be doing, or what was there and what we need to put back in those landscapes. So it is a whole bunch of work that we need to do, and we need to do together to make it happen. So as we plan for REDD+, these things have been taken care of. And we don't plan for REDD+ in isolation with other plans of government, by the way. It's just embedded in there. We do our best to have our colleagues in the planning division to make sure that some of the REDD+ recommendations are also taken on board. But so it is just the same teams that are working on the same things. There was an issue of industrial parks, the decisions made by politicians to respect the gazettements, and what plan do we have to increase on the national natural forest estates. Now, indeed, you must have observed over time that the Ministry of Water and Environment has put up a very spirited fight to prevent degazettement, by the way. As far as we are concerned right now, we don't, anything that is being called degazettement is actually not true, because we have not endorsed from a technical point of view any place for degazettement, actually. There have been some directives here and there, but we have still stood our ground to say they need to follow what is required within the National Forest and Tree Planting Act. But as you know, there could be people doing things. I mean, we have seen land titles issued by district land boards and the like for different forest estates, including local forest reserves and central forest reserves. And I mean, it's just that somebody is doing it with impunity, but the law will catch up with them, whether now or later. My brother talked about the safeguard information system and also the issue of institutional arrangements. So when we did an initial analysis of the art trees safeguards requirements in that theme, those first theme, which has the element of institutional mandates, where we also analyzed which institutions are available. I think Uganda is one of those countries where we really have institutions. I must be sincere with you. We have institutions. I think what is missing is how these institutions are delivering on their mandates. But we have established institutions, I must tell you, to an extent that we have over-established them, that we are now trying to mainstream them back into the ministries and also merge some of them. So we're not devoid of institutions, apparently, I must tell you. The safeguard information system, I told you in my presentation, that is a web page which we are trying to develop further into. We're getting a consultant to help us develop this further into, into a real functional safeguard information system with all the other tenets of receiving data and churning out a report. There are many things, but let me just end with this one of the risk of reversals. It's a very interesting. And if there's anything I've left out, please feel free to get to me during the lunch break and I deal with you on those issues. But let me just go to the reversals issue. You see, the risk of the reversals means that there is a possibility that the carbon that has been stored as a result of REDD+ implementation would actually be released back as an emission. That's what the risk of reversal means. And that's why it's a safeguard issue, because it's a safeguard issue in the sense that it can cause harm, you know, during implementation of REDD+. So some interventions can actually lead to the carbon that has been stored to be lost. For example, it could be harvesting of trees, for example. If you don't plan it well, then you can actually release much more than you actually store. In other words, deforestation can be through over-extraction. Is one cause of a reversal, for example. There could be some policy changes. Some talked about somebody saying, okay, maybe we need now to have an industrial park in such and such a place where maybe there is a forest. So that policy change can actually is a cause of a risk of reversal, or a cause of a reversal, for example. So these are some of the things that as REDD+ we try to tackle, we looked at and said, okay, I think we need to deal with these issues. And it could be natural disasters. The other day in Los Angeles, from the 6th of January up to some of you who love celebrities, some of your celebrities have lost millions of dollars of their houses because of a fire, which the people the believers are saying God caused it. The others are saying that it's climate change. So maybe it's a combination. But there was a fire that started from I don't know where, and it burnt up a whole, I think about 28,000 households in Los Angeles, in the Beverly Hills, in Hollywood actually, and the neighboring places where the richest people in the world actually stay. So natural disaster and you see when there's a fire, then there are emissions, right? So, and that is a risk of, or that's a reversal, because what was planted, by the way, that place is forested. I had an opportunity to go there. It's a highly forested place. Apparently, those developed countries are very forested, you know. But anyway, so what was planted now has been, in terms of emissions, it has been lost because the fire burning causes carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere, and that is an emission. And so there are many things that we are trying to do we are going to do as a country in order to deal with the risk of reversals under REDD+. We are going to have what we call buffer pools of credits. I talked about buffer pools. You remember when we were talking about the arteries? We're going to have some buffer pools. Buffer pool means that you're going to get some credits, put them aside, keep them somewhere in a store. In case there is a reversal somewhere, we just utilize those those stored credits to replace what could have been lost because of a reversal. That's one thing we are going to do under REDD+, but it requires a bit of technical, there are things to deal with. And then, of course, issues of bonds and insurance. We have heard of the green bonds and then insurance provisions for forest interventions. If you have insurance, if you deal in bonds, green bonds and others, debt for nature swaps and all those kind of things, then you can deal with these reversals issues. Benefit sharing is also another way we can deal with these reversals. But anyway, I think maybe I can end there, moderator. We've taken a lot of time. Please feel free to contact me if there is anything I've left out, which I'm very sure I must have left out something. Just get back to me during the lunch break, and I should be able to. Yeah, of course, there was something about the Karamujongs who investigate whether they're IPs or not. He said we work with them. I'm sure the team is working with. There is a team that is out there trying to investigate that. I don't know about the issue of the alternative national census by you, boss, for indigenous persons, but Nafori talked about how safeguards handle reactive directives of government, and those are some of the the things I've talked about with the risk of reversals and how we deal with them. We know that even a change of government can be a dangerous challenge sometimes. So that's why some people don't want to change governments, so that we don't have a destruction, because we're not sure of what's going to happen. But anyway, that is just not for recording. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we have come to the end of this session, and this session was divided in two sessions. We had a session in which we received a presentation from Mr. Bob Kazungu on the progress of fulfillment of the safeguard requirements to comply to trees. And then the other presentation was compliance, plan for compliance to safeguards of the trees safeguards. It has been quite detailed, quite the explanations provided have been quite useful, I presume. Those that whose questions have not been answered, there is a provision to meet Bob Kazungu differently. And we also have those questions written down. We shall endeavor to compile them and present them for reporting. Time for lunch has come. Lunch will be served at, where is lunch served from? As she comes to explain to us where we will have our lunch, it has been proposed that we have a group photo now that almost everybody is here. And the request is that you come and line up here as we present ourselves for the photo session. And Miriam, you want to tell us where lunch?
Lunch is going to be served in the restaurant. There's a staff outside who is going to direct us where the restaurant is.
Yeah. Now, where is the photo? Here. Yes. Please come forward and we take this photo. Come here. I'm a dictator. Don't. Coming here does not have any. Come forward. No, indigenous people are tough. Come here for the photo session, come here. If you are tall, I would like to request him to step forward and lead us in this session and guide us on how we shall take this session ahead. So Albert, kindly come over to the microphone here and take lead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You are welcome for this session. This is a capacity building workshop. And in the morning, we listen to what has been done so far. I think we have come to speed to what has been done in relation to the Red Plus program and the aspirations of Uganda. And because of that, you have also been told that there is a stage where Uganda has reached, especially there are some documents, specifically the trees registration documents and the trees monitoring report and the plan of conformance, which are in development, they are under development. They have not been approved. Now, because of that, we would like to use this afternoon session as indicated, they indicated the World Cafe to deal with how the country is respecting and addressing Cancun safeguards. So we are not, while we all have been part of this journey, but we chose not to request you to participate. I'm going to give an overview of what the safeguards are in relation to what we have prepared in all those documents. And then as we listen, we shall be able to either note what the gaps are and then to look at how we can improve in order to respect and address those safeguards. So I'm going to give an overview. This is just to bring you to speed, and then we shall have group sessions in order for us to contribute towards improving these documents. So to begin with, you heard in the two sessions in the morning that there are 7 safeguards, and these safeguards are sub-categorized into themes, sub-themes, which are 16 in number, and then these themes end up becoming translated into indicators, and the indicators are 44. So we are going to go through, because of the time, we are going to summarize, and then as we summarize, we shall try and identify what could be the gaps, even when, for example, when we look at the first safeguard, safeguard A has 2 themes. The first theme is to show that there is consistency with the objectives of National Forestry Program, to demonstrate that Red Plus action has been done in a way that it is consistent with the objectives of National Forestry Program. Now, we did talk about the different indicators. The structural indicators basically shows the existing policies, laws, and regulations which are in place in the country to see whether they are adequate in addressing that the Red Plus actions or interventions are prepared in a way that it is consistent with objectives of National Forest programs. So the laws which are in existence, as highlighted, we have the Uganda Forest, the policies, Uganda Forest Policy, the climate change policy, the updated nationally determined contributions, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, and the Forestry and Tree Planting Act. All these they show that they have elements which show that the country's Red Plus program is aligned with all Red Plus actions fit in these policies and laws and regulations. That's the first thing. The other thing is that the National Red Plus Strategy and Action Plan meets the requirements as stipulated in the OSO framework and the decisions of UNFCCC. So it considers national circumstances. Of course, it tries to elaborate those decisions and in line with the national circumstances. We can move to the next stage. And we also note that during the readiness phase, Uganda elaborated the relationship between national policies, laws, regulations, and those the different frameworks which have been talked about in the morning show the relationship and how Uganda's Red Plus program is accommodated by the existing laws, policies, and the framework. The other thing we note that the Ministry of Water and Environment collaborates with different stakeholders in the process of development of forest management plans, and this is important. And then the other thing is that Uganda mainstreamed climate issues, and climate issues also include conservation and forest-related issues, and it mainstreamed those issues within the National Development Plan, the third National Development Plan. Actually, the fourth National Development Plan, which I received this morning, shows even a better elaboration. While the word Red Plus is not included, but when you look at all the components which we are talking about, they are elaborated very, very well. So that also shows that the national activity is aligned with the objectives of Red Plus. Okay, we can move. But the reason why we are going through this is to try and identify whether what we are giving is enough. The first indicator, the structural indicator, they didn't have any red, and also the process indicator, they did not have red because the people who are helping, the institutions which are helping Uganda to develop these programs think that Uganda is conformant, meaning that it means the minimum, it meets the minimum requirement. That's what it means. But when we come to the outcome indicator, we are not yet conformant. Again, when we submitted, because of what is done, even if the implementation of Red Plus was not yet done, because we are emerging from the readiness phase, when we submitted what has been done, including the actions related to the National Development Plan and the processes which the Ministry of Water is going through with the other stakeholders, they thought that we are already in the process. So they said we could indicate partially conformant. Now, gap is the one which is highlighted. Right? Shows that there is a need for us to demonstrate or to increase the positive impact of existing public policies on forests and strengthen efforts to prevent or minimize risks and negative impacts from other policies. So that is what we have not yet demonstrated. Based on the comments which they have given us, in order for us to turn this into fully conformant, that is the comment which was given. But of course, these are just giving what they also expect. From this group, we could find that we need even to elaborate something more. We need to show this or that. So it is going to be up to you during the group sessions to see whether that is the minimum, whether we have the answers, whether we still have the gaps, and what we could do in order to improve. Of course, during the presentation of Nathan, he was trying to show how we are addressing, why we are going to, our plan to address the gap. So the presentation of Nathan was aimed at showing how we intend to address this gap so that we become conformant. Can we move to the next? The second one is consistency with objectives of relevant international conventions, ratified agreements. So, what is required here is that domestic and, if applicable, subnational, national, subnational legal frameworks or policies for REDD+ actions recognize and promote the application of ratified relevant international conventions and agreements in the context of the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So in this case, we note that Uganda has ratified at least, is a party to at least 14 international treaties and conventions, which is good. And these are included in the registration documents and monitoring reports. And we also note that the National REDD+ strategy was prepared to align with these conventions. Let's move to the next. So the legal, that is. Okay, so in that case, we are also saying that Uganda has put in place some institutions which try to undertake the mandates in order to ensure that the other conventions we talked about, the treaties, the 14 treaties, are properly addressed. For example, institutions like the Climate Change Department, NEMA, NFA, all have mandates which are related to UNFCCC. So again, the institutional framework, we are trying to say that Uganda has institutions which will make sure that it meets the requirements of those international treaties which are ratified and agreements. Are the institutions enough? When you, during the discussion, you will say, but maybe it's not properly catered for. It doesn't fall here, doesn't fall there. There is a gap. That is what we shall expect. Again, the outcome indicator is non-conformant simply because of what we have talked about. But the key issue which is identified is we should clarify the related parameters and demonstrate the positive impact of these international agreements which are ratified by the country on forests. So in our presentation, we are not able to clarify that. Yes, we have ratified sites, we have ratified all these other foreign conventions, but this is how they will help us in our forest program. It is not very clearly elaborated. So that's what they are saying, that please clarify that. The other thing is Safeguard B. Under Safeguard B has four themes, and the first theme is to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to access to information. Again, Uganda's legal framework properly caters for access to information. Whether the information can be accessed is another issue, but the framework is in place. We have the Act, the Access to Information Act, which provides for how information can be accessed from any public institution, and the information which may not be accessed, especially the one which deals with the national security and all that, may not be accessed, but all the others should be accessed. Of course, whether it is, the law is very comprehensive. Practically, is the information accessible? Process indicator, there is a Uganda National Climate Change Communication Strategy was put in place. There is a feedback and grievance redress mechanism in place. And the Ministry of Water, who has a dedicated hotline and a fixed telephone line, which are dedicated to receive complaints, and they are supposed to be manned. Are they operational? There is a website which is active, and that is one of the things which are done in order to ensure that there is access to information. And outcome indicator, what has been done so far? Again, this is what I was talking about. the access information on RED Plus actions is accessible, I guess. Though of course, when you open some websites, you will note that they are not properly populated. But again, the Assistant Commissioner did note that they are in the process of ensuring that that is done. Our work is to see, are there gaps? So if there are gaps, we should identify them and highlight in order for there to be an improvement. The theme B2, is to promote transparency, prevent corruption, including promotion of anti-corruption measures. Legal framework is in place. Inspectorate of Government, the Human Rights Commission, the Office of Auditor General, the various acts by Parliament aimed at strengthening measures against corruption, like Anti-Corruption Act, the Whistleblowers Protection Act, and Money Laundering Leadership Code Act. All of these are supposed to tighten Uganda's drive against corruption. So the legal framework is in place. Institutions are also in place. Institutions are also in place. We have talked about Auditor General, Inspector General of Government, and some other institutions in place in order to make sure that Uganda's fight against corruption is indeed achieved. But again, we need to see whether there is anything we can add. What is important here is the National Red Plus strategy and action plan and the benefit sharing mechanism, which they said these are frameworks which would be important to help fight against corruption. If they are in existence and they are strong enough, then corruption would not be there. Is the benefit sharing framework, is it enough? Is it sufficient to make sure that what belongs to so and so, to this group, okay, again, because no activity is not yet, the outcome indicator is not, but there are some activities which have been done, which would, in future, very soon, we shall be conformant. Again, we have said that the plan of conformance should elaborate the actions which Uganda will undertake in order to enhance access to information and eliminate corruption. Respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure rights. Land tenure is regulated. Uganda's constitution clearly recognizes the different forms of tenure for, and there is the Land Act, there is the Registration of Titles Act and Customary Law. So these should help in order to recognize land tenure rights. They should help. Are there gaps? There is the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, which recognizes forests, the different types of forests, and the rights related to each of them. Then we have the process indicator. Of course, process indicator talks about the different institutions which are in place. You have the law, you have the institutions which are properly staffed in order to ensure that the laws are indeed. So there's the institutions, Uganda Land Commission, District Land Board, land committees, Ministry of Lands and Housing and Urban Development, all these district forestry offices, all these are institutions which are there to make sure that land tenure rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled. Why have we not attained outcome indicators as conformant? The first one is that we need to elaborate, we need a plan of conformance which elaborates that additional information on rights associated with the different types of land rights and the functionality of the databases. We have a database in place to deal with other issues, all that. Theme 3. Looking at feedback. Respect, protect, and fulfill access to justice. Again, in terms of policies, laws, and regulations, country, because the right to access to justice is entrenched in the Constitution, and there is a court system with a number of courts which are able to ensure that whoever needs justice will be able to access justice. The court system, the system which we are looking at, which ensures access to justice, we have some like the additional the offices, the cows and all that. If there is a small issue, they can help resolve it. We have the court system, which has magistrates, courts, and the courts of appeal. We have some special courts, like and the dispute resolution, and they should be able to highlight, and each one of them, the law which establishes it, and their mandate is clearly stipulated, really. So in that case, that's why Uganda is considered fully conformant. So again, the institutions, as we have said, the laws are in place that establish the institutions, and then the institutions also are in existence. The laws that establish the institutions are in place, and the institutions, the courts are. So in addition, we know that there is a RED+ feedback and grievance redress mechanism, which has been put in place. Water and be able to guide how to respond to any issues as and when they arise. The outcome indicator, again, the said that there is a gap. Is it me who is operating this? No, it's not. Let me. The gap is on how to ensure non-discrimination of access, and then also on how to reduce the costs related to access to justice. It is considered that during our presentation, we did not elaborate that there is the non-discrimination can indeed be attained, and also access to justice is still considered to be expensive, maybe because of the location of the courts and the costs which are required to be incurred during the process of pursuing cases. If a court case takes 20 years, if a land case takes 10 years, and every time you're expected to be in court, maybe that is how they are looking at it. And because of that, our access to justice is still considered to be. Next thing. Identify indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent. Again, the Constitution of Uganda, as you were saying, it talks about 26th February of what's the time? Talks about the communities identified, and the legal framework is in place, like the Constitution, which talks about which defines who an indigenous person is. The Equal Opportunities Act, the Land Act, the National Environment Act, all these identify the indigenous person. And of course, the Constitution also requires ensuring that these people are not discriminated against. It protects them. So I think in terms of the legal framework, the country has a good starting point. That is why Uganda is conformant with the indicator. The institutions which are identified, the National Forestry Authority, Uganda Wildlife Authority, NEMA, like Department of Ministry of Water, all these have some mandates which would help issues to do with indigenous peoples. Next. What are the issues which make us non-conformant? The gap is in differentiating indigenous persons from ethnic groups. It's about an indigenous person who was in Uganda in 1926. But in the case of Red Plus, I think it takes a different angle. So our definition is not elaborate. It does not really capture what is required by Red Plus. And then identification of institutions which are mandated to deal with the issues of indigenous persons, like identification and rights enforcement. Again, in Uganda, we don't have many of those institutions. So the outcome indicator is non-conformant. Therefore, when we are trying to put across our plan of conformance, we should identify how we shall address this issue here. Let's move. Now that we have time, I was requesting that we share this presentation and then we join the groups and contributing, because we have seen this many times. The question is for me is if it is not clear, but if there are gaps, then it is a question to you in this case, because we have tried, isn't it? What I'm saying is that definitely there are questions, some of which have been highlighted, which we don't yet have answers, which we think we should, as a group, try and look for the answer. But definitely, if there are questions, they are going to be received as well. Okay. So now that we shared the expect to get during this session, is Gusta around? Christine. Christine, I would like you to help me, and Gusta has come, but still, I would like us to get two very big groups. And when we get the two groups, we shall agree, we shall share the presentation. I want to assume that you have emails, and then we share presentations, and you open on your computer, then we agree on the questions which we would like to answer. There are two questions. Each group will deal with one question, but midway, in order for us to optimize the benefits from all of you who are here, we change to number 2 so that we try and get the balance from all of you. I would like that to be done.
So the task is group formation, okay? Sorry, the task is group formation, isn't it? Albert, do you have the questions ready? So you want them? Okay. For simplicity's sake, I think let's count tables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I will 10. So the group shall be composed of 5 tables. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in one group, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in another group. Is it okay? I think we can have 4 groups, therefore. 4 groups. 4 groups instead of 2 groups. 1, 2, 1, 2 is another group. 1, 2 is another group. These ones will mingle. Okay? Is it okay? So this is one group. Okay? I don't know. This is group 1. This is group 2. This is group 3. This team will move to the other team to make group 4. Okay? Then the rest of you will mingle, will divide yourselves in the remaining groups. And the questions are here. Emma, where are you?